newspapers, then ideally you want to get more material than from just a single newspaper, from a fairly wide range of different publications. If you only have two newspapers, then probably you can only make generalizations about these two newspapers. So the more representative, the more widely sourced the material is, the more broad can your generalizations be. Or if you want to generalize about English as it is spoken in England, then you would like to get recordings of private conversations, recordings of speeches, newspaper articles, books, and so on, from not just the southeast of England, but also the north of England and the west, and so on. And then you can make some claim of representativity. However, in practice, the researchers compiling such databases often rely on convenience sampling. Convenience sampling means that we more or less take what we can get. So to some degree, we employ this strategy simply for reasons of limited resources. On the other hand, our ability on this basis then to generalize for the entire population, that means for the entire language or dialect or genre of language, is not that much impaired if we keep in mind certain criteria. Let me give you an example. I was part of a team compiling a corpus of English in Nigeria, and we did try to take into account the ethnic composition of Nigeria. So we did take into account to have speakers of Yoruba, of Hausa, of Igbo, and also of other languages. Not necessarily exactly to the exact um, 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 percentage of speakers of these languages within the country. We tried to match that roughly, but for example, we had somewhat fewer Hausa speakers than we would have liked, and than we would have needed to match exactly the distribution within Nigeria. And the reason here was really, well, convenience or practical constraints. It turned out to be quite hard to get people who speak English well, but also have Hausa as their first language, and also Hausa speakers mainly residing in the north of Nigeria, and this being less accessible to us, we were not quite as successful there. We also try to get people of different ages and different genders to at least make some claim for representativeness for our corpus. But we did not employ a strictly representative sampling, and this is true of really most natural language databases. Now, what research questions can be answered with such corpora or natural language databases? Well, I'm a linguist, and this field also started out, or this methods also started out in the field of linguistics. So questions about linguistic structure are at the heart of my own research interest. So I'm in a good position to tell you more about this. We will go forward and then look at other questions as well. But let us first look at linguistic structure, which is an area for which corpora or natural language databases are frequently used. For example, we might be asking, to what extent is English in Nigeria different from its usage or structure in other countries? For those of you who are linguists, this question will hopefully appear quite sensible. For those of you who do not have any background in linguistics, let me point out that first of all, many linguists regard language in post-colonial contexts, for example, English in Nigeria or French in former French colonies, we recognize that those languages, now having been used for centuries essentially in these countries, have taken on their own innovations and have adopted their own innovations. We call this process indigenization. In effect, we have now new dialects of English spoken in those countries. Although many people, for example, in Nigeria, use English as a second language, still we can regard these as new dialects. And the approach we take, or the perspective we take, is one that is descriptivist. We describe what is special about these dialects in comparison to others. And we do not adopt the prescriptivist perspective, so we don't say, well, this is good, this is bad, or this is right, or this is wrong. I'm not saying that language standards should go out of the window entirely. However, linguists take this analytical view, and we do look at language standards, but we also look at that from the descriptivist perspective. Now, let me give you some examples of the sort of research we did there. We looked, for example, at the progressive aspect and how it is used in English in Nigeria. So the ing ending, like I am giving a talk. This turns out to be used somewhat differently in Nigerian English. The same can be said for the present perfect. This is also used somewhat more widely and in different ways in Nigerian English compared to other varieties, such as but not only British English. Further, we cannot only look at grammatical structure, but we can also look at measures of fluency, which is somewhat related to the perspective of how they realize the vowels in English. Of Nigerian English, and we compared these on the one hand to British English. On the other hand, we also compared Yoruba speakers and Igbo speakers and how they realize these sounds in the English, looking at the question whether there are any differences between these two ethnic groups and language backgrounds in Nigeria or not, with regard to the question of how they realize the vowels in English. Another area that can be studied with corpora or natural language databases are social questions. To what degree is language usage conditioned by social variables? One particular example is gender, what words basically different genders use, or grammatical items, and how has this changed over time? So another study, I looked at so-called intensifiers like very or really or so. This is very interesting. This is so cool. And we looked at, well, are there differences between women and men and how often they use these intensifiers? And also, has this changed over roughly 25 years? And this applied to British English, and the assumption was that given that over time there had been change in gender stereotypes and social roles, and these have arguably become more flexible over time, the assumption was that also the differences in gender and language usage had become smaller, but it turned out to be not the case. Going beyond linguistics, these natural language databases can also be used to really interrogate and analyze many different cultural beliefs and assumptions that are underlying, but that can be revealed through the study of how particular words are used and what surrounds these words. For example, we can look at rhetorical strategies used in political discourse. What strategies do politicians use? Do they use them to inform, to persuade, to manipulate? Are there differences between different politicians, between different parties, between different countries? Or we can look at attitudes that people have towards diseases and therapies. What sorts of attitudes are portrayed in the media, for example, or on social media? And this is very important, well, for example, in Nigeria and many other countries where there is a greater need for medical interventions, for medical treatment, and then many people are, especially in rural regions, or if they're quite poor, they need to be informed, well informed about different diseases, about different therapies and medicine. And by looking at what the media, what sort of message the media send to those people, there is the possibility to improve the access that those people can get to, to therapies and medicines and medical treatment. However, The same actually applies in somewhat different circumstances to wealthy countries. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been great resistance on the part of usually a minority of the population, but a noticeable minority of the population in many rich countries towards interventions that were designed to contain the spread of COVID-19, or also now that vaccinations are available, there is a so-called vaccine hesitancy, as it is politely called, on the part of a certain part of the population. And the question is, well, what attitudes do these people have? What rhetorical strategies are used to also perhaps misinform people about vaccine usage and their effects? And how can these countered? Another area of potential study is attitudes to countries and ethnicities. There are many stereotypes in many countries about other countries. Within these stereotypes are a fact of life. They are a tool that helps us make sense of the complexities of life and social conditions. But on the other hand, stereotypes can also often lead to discrimination and even ultimately to violent conflict and war. So it is important to find out what stereotypes are portrayed in discourse, in public discourse, in the media, and natural language databases can be used to interrogate and analyze such stereotypes. And beyond that, there are also a wide variety of other topics, basically anything that has to do with what attitudes people have to particular objects or social customs or parts of our modern society. These can be interrogated here. So anything that is of importance for a particular area in terms of what people think about it, what underlying notions also are perhaps hidden. So we can use these natural language databases to find out how people talk about these topics and these institutions in order to then reveal what the underlying beliefs are. To give you also some examples from previous research, here's one study on diabetes. How do people here in this article in Australian newspapers talk about diabetes? How is this disease approached? Is the way this is portrayed in newspapers, does that agree with the knowledge that the medical field provides? Is the information there accurate, or is inaccurate information, well, perhaps inadvertently spread by the media, which might then misinform people in terms of their actions and attitudes in the face of this disease? Another area is migration and refugees, a very controversial topic, especially in rich countries. Um, and here the question is, well, what attitudes once again are portrayed in the media vis-a-vis migration and refugees? When is migration and refugees, when are they seen positively and when negatively? And are any of these rhetorical strategies, perhaps, do they have a hidden agenda? Do they have hidden meaning that, for example, actually it means more than you might think, because a flood is something like a natural disaster, something we need to defend ourselves against, and that is a threat. So by using just this phrase, there's a lot more meaning hidden. And indeed, this study, for example, documented that in great detail. And finally, another reference here for online hate speech, a recent and very important area that is becoming ever more important, and that is also amenable to this study based on natural language databases. And now I would like to give you some examples of how you can access existing corpora, but also point out that beyond the existing corpora that you can use, you might also want to compile your own corpus, and you can do so with moderate effort, in fact. You can compile a corpus of particular languages. In fact, for many smaller languages, there isn't very good data available. You might compile a corpus of physician-patient interactions. That's very important. You might compile a corpus of physician-patient, or, for example, a corpus of language patterns. That's very important. magazines is like, if that is your field. Or you could look at student essays or political speeches or even extremist discourse. There is a study that I recently looked at that analyzed the discourse on the rhetorical strategies used by the terror group ISIS. They have an English language magazine, so that's a very important topic to investigate. What rhetorical strategies and linguistic strategies are used there in extremist discourse? And indeed, a wide range of other areas and topics is amenable to this approach. Existing corpora are great. You can use them. They're already available. Um, Many of them come with online interfaces, especially the very large ones. So you just go to the website and access the corpus. Other corpora can be downloaded as text files, and then you can access them with dedicated software. One widely used program is called Ankong. The following chapter here that I provided a link to here is a practical introduction to corpus-based research on English in Africa. It is written for readers that are not familiar with the field, so might be ideal for some of you who are not familiar at all with the field yet. And it is designed with an audience of linguists in mind, first of all. However, I believe that also non-linguists among you will benefit greatly from reading this chapter. It should not be too complicated. And indeed, many of the tools pointed out there and resources will also be useful for your own research. And now let me give you some examples of general online. One is the British National Corpus, which comprises material from the 1980s to 1993, more than 100 million words. Excuse me. There's also new spoken Nigerian English with that. Now, so far, I've only given you examples of corpora based on the English language. And the reason for that is that indeed we have much more material for English than for any other language, even for other widely spoken languages spoken in rich countries. There's just much less material available, not to speak of smaller languages or those spoken in less wealthy countries. So smaller languages are severely under-resourced. However, there are some resources for the major Nigerian languages that I have not used myself, but I hope these links will be useful to you. There is a website and a tool called Sketch Engine, which is free for a trial, but then requires a subscription. Here, Sketch Engine provides a Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa web corpus that you might be interested in. And the Leipzig University Corpora Collection also has Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba Corpora, although these are smaller than the Sketch Engine Corpora. And finally, there's also a Hausa English translation corpus. And finally, here's a link to a blog post on African language corpora that you also might find interesting if you're interested in using databases of Nigerian languages and African languages in general for your research. Now, looking at further work, if you're interested in perhaps coming to Hamburg and working with me, you might consider applying for a Humboldt scholarship in the Georg Forster program. You need to apply to the foundation, but you all need a host, which could be at the University of Hamburg. You need the support of a host. So there needs to be a match in terms of research fields. What you also need is a good project idea and a well-written draft for a proposal. And if you get in contact with me with an interesting idea that matches my research field, I will be very happy to help you refine and redraft to some extent the proposal to make it match even better the requirements of the program. But you need to have a good idea and a well-written draft in the first place. Also, if you have any questions on the talk, then please do send me an email, unless we have already talked about your questions now in the discussion session, which will follow right away after this video. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion right away now, and also to your emails later on after the talk or whenever you find the time. Thank you.
Let's clap our hands together for him.
Okay. Prof, we really thank you for that wonderful presentation on natural language database. Can you hear me, Robert?
Yes, thank you very much for having me, and I can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. Hear you. Okay, so we want to quickly take a few questions so that you answer them right away. So how do you want it? Do you want all the questions asked before you begin to answer them one after the, before you answer all the questions, or you want to take them one after the other?
I have trouble hearing you right now, actually. So I hear basically only every second word. So I'm not sure what the question was exactly, but I'm trying to guess. If it's about the order of question or how we organize this, then you can just have one question after the other. So just somebody can ask a question, and then I'll try to answer it. I hope that answers your question that you just asked me.
Oh.
So just somebody can, and then I'll try to answer it.
Okay.
I hope that answers your just
Perfect.
ask.
Number one.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed every bit of your presentation. I'm Uche Namdi from Crawford University, Nigeria. I actually carried out a research into the rhythm of educated Yoruba English for my master's. And then I used a software, SFS WASP. I don't know if you've come across that, but that was what I used to record spoken language of educated Yorubas.
So if you can hear me, the connection is frozen at the moment.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Now
Yes.
can you hear you? Yes. Oh, great. You can hear me now.
Yes. That now I can hear
Yeah,
you.
yes. Thank you so much. Yep. Did you hear the question that the lady asked? Did you hear the
Um,
question?
so again, it was interrupted, and I heard a couple of words. So what I understood is the person asking the question said they wrote their master's thesis about, I think, Yoruba English perhaps, and then they used a particular software for recording people perhaps, but I didn't get the name of the softwares, and I didn't really understand what the question would be.
Question so that you will be able to get the question clearly. Please, can you repeat that?
Okay, the first research I carried out on on the rhythm of educated Yoruba English, I used SFS WASP. Presently,
SFS
I'm
wasp,
using
yeah.
Pratt for my analysis.
Wasp, yeah.
Yeah, SFS WASP. Presently, I'm using Pratt for a research I'm carrying out on Nollywood movies. But I
Right.
want to know which software you used.
Okay,
While
yes,
you
thank you
carried
very
out the
much. Yeah.
research.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. So I wasn't aware of the software SFS Wasp. In fact, thank you very much. I just Googled that right away, and it looks interesting. So for acoustic phonetics, I always use Pratt, and this is indeed very widely used by phoneticians and linguists, and it offers many options and facilities and we also use that to teach students who want to specialize in acoustic phonetics. So this is what I would say is the industry standard, if we were an industry, if you know the phrase industry standard. So this is the standard, I think, in acoustic phonetics, and it's very widely used. So I would certainly recommend that. What is also extremely useful about Praat is that you can automate analyses relatively simply. So they're basically, you need to write a short program, a so-called script, and then you can automate analyses over a large amount of data.
Go to the second question right away. Number 2. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Anthony Ano is my name here in Nigeria.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said my name is Anthony Ano. All right, did you get that? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. You talked about using corpora mainly, corpora, and exploring them through tools. And I think the tool you mentioned is Anconc. You mentioned Anconc. Now, my concern really is when you're working on corpora and then you are analyzing with tools, where do you make a delineation between working on corpus linguistics and DH? Because you see some other work, researchers who say they're working on corpus linguistics, they work on several corpus. I actually worked on ICE. I did a part of ICE, and then I did a comparison, really, of a section of ICE that deals with cross-examination in my thesis. And then I tried to look at that with my own corpus. But first, the question is, how do we, for pedagogic reasons perhaps, demarcate, yes, corpus linguistics and DH? Is it through the tools you use or something else? I actually use Anconc too in that project. Happy to say heavily supervised by Prof. But I also use Anconc and TagCrowd. So I want that delineation clearly stated. Is it tools that determine that you're going digital humanities, or is it using corpora? That's one. Then the second point is this. When you come to Anconc and perhaps some of these other tools, you see you're dealing actually with word tokens. And you talked about several areas of research, rhetorics and politics, and perhaps metaphor when you're talking about flood and all that. How do we get the tools to capture some of these areas of research? Because I feel like if you're dealing with word tokens, you probably are residing in the domain of register. So how do we navigate those intersections, as it were?
Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much for these questions. So I'm very glad, by the way, to hear that you have used the ICE Nigeria corpus for your own work. That is very, makes me very satisfied that the corpus is being used. Now, as for your questions, the first one was whether there is any difference or what the relation is between digital humanities and corpus linguistics. And I would say that corpus linguistics is fully part of the digital humanities. Linguistics is traditionally seen as part of the humanities, and corpus linguistics is done fully digitally. So I would argue that on these grounds we can group that under the digital humanities. The second question was a methodological question, and I'm not sure I can answer the question exactly because I'm not quite sure what you're driving at, but I will try anyway, and then you let me know whether that did answer your question. So, how can we deal with meaning basically and discourse in a corpus, given the fact that the corpus is just a collection of words basically, and then we have to interpret that. So what we can do is we can, for example, look at one particular word, for example, money or art or also the name of a country, which I in fact did as preparation for the talk, but it then didn't include that. And then we can look at that word and the other words surrounding it. So one approach to the emergence of meaning from context is that the meaning of a word is determined by what surrounds it. So you know a word by its company. That's a phrase that is sometimes used in this area. So we look at the words surrounding a particular target word, and through that we can derive what context it is used in, what it means there. And we might find, for example, that, and this is on the last two slides that I sent you. I looked at the word novels in the British and the Nigerian component of the global web-based English corpus. And what I found is that the way people talk about novels in the UK, in the United Kingdom, and Nigeria is somewhat different. For example, if I remember correctly, in Great Britain, they talked a lot also about different sorts of novels, crime novels, fantasy novels, and that was not part at all of the Nigerian discourse, where there was, if I remember correctly, in connection with novels, words relating to the origin or the geographic origin of the novel, so Nigerian or British novels. That was mentioned a lot there. And what this tells us is what role novels play in these different cultures. So in British culture, apparently, it is there's a fairly variegated view or fairly diverse view of the different genres of a novel, whereas in Nigeria, what's more important, apparently, judging from the discourse, is the origin of the novel, and perhaps also an attempt to promote the local production or writing of novels, whereas in wealthier countries this is easier, and the resources are more easily available. Perhaps in Nigeria, if I understand correctly, and you can correct me if that is wrong what I'm saying here, but my understanding is that for many people this is, well, somewhat more difficult perhaps than for people in wealthier countries. And beyond that, we can also look at the individual concordances, at the individual occurrences of a word, and then find out, well, what are phrases that often occur. And with novels, that is perhaps not then as interesting as with other cases, but we could also look at other words such as love or work. In what contexts are love and work used? And what does it mean for people to talk about love, for example? This is a concept that is very dependent on culture, what love is. We can also look at history. So, for example, if you look at European history, which I'm more familiar with than Nigerian history, if we look at the concept of love and how it has changed over time, in the Middle Ages, for example, there was a fundamentally different concept of love, and we can find that out by looking at the context where how the word is used, what verbs it is used with, what nouns it is used with. So we can learn that through the context, and through that we can come up with an informed definition or explanation of what the word means. So I hope that answers your question, how we can go from looking at individual tokens of a word in a corpus to deriving the meaning that it is imbued with through the company it keeps.
let's appreciate Professor Robert, everybody. And I hand over the microphone to Professor Davis.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, any other question from here? Is there any other question? All right, no other question. Now, I must thank you most sincerely, Robert, for this presentation, and then for um, spending your time with us. Now, I found the work very interesting because it actually connects with some of the things that I'm looking at here. And I know I have one or two people also looking at political discourse in Nigeria here. I'm sure they are learning a lot from you. And so I'm sure that they will be in touch with you. If you don't mind, I will share your contact with them so that if they still have questions, they can ask you those questions, and I'm sure you'll be glad to provide answers. And then if they have project ideas they want to share with you on how you can guide them, and maybe you can make recommendations, that would be very fine. So if you don't mind, I will share your contact with them, and then they can get across to you. And I'm sure that if you still have other questions, we'll get back to you. Thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate your expertise and then what you have shared with us. So please let's. Oh, okay. Oh, they have question from the other hall. What's the question you have from the other hall? Okay, please just hold on. There's another hall that we have.
Okay.
So just hold on, and then let's get question from the other hall. They enjoy your talk, and so they want to ask questions. Please just hang on a little, and then
Okay.
we'll get the question across to you very shortly. Thank you.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, let me answer what you said just now. I will be very happy to answer any questions you or your associates send me. I will be very happy to look at that. And thank you also for having me and for expressing interest in the research that I'm doing. And now I'm ready for further questions.
All right. Thanks so much for being so kind. So just hold on for them to bring the questions, and then I would ask them to pass the question across to you. So just give us a few seconds and a few minutes. Thank you. Robert, please, we'll pass the question across to you once
Okay.
we have other questions. Thank you so much. We'll see you again. I appreciate it.
Okay. Very well. Thank you very much. And I hope you will have many more fruitful talks and discussions in the course of the summer school.
Yeah, we can see that Francisca is online. We're going to have her later in the day. It's not now. It's not now. Francisca is not now. I think it's we're having. When is it?
Yeah. Hi, I'm here.
Thank you for coming on. Your talk is thank you. It's nice to see you here.
Yeah, my
Since 2019 when we met in Netherlands. It's nice to see you here. Your talk is. What time is it over there? 4:30 Nigerian time.
Yeah, I think that's 5:30 European time.
So we still have about 2 hours. Yeah, so just please, you have to come back and then use the same link. So we'll have you in the next 2 hours. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you okay, or you want to just give your talk now? Do you want to give your talk right away?
Or
you want to come back?
I didn't think of that. I'm not sure if people want to join in based on the program. They might not like to find out that I did it a bit earlier, but it's up to you.
Okay, yeah. So the general consensus that we just have you right away, so that we just take your talk.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay.
one
Sorry,
minute, because I
Francisca. Hello, Francisca. Please. I've just been told that there are other participants online who will be waiting for us by 4:30 Nigerian time. Others will be joining us from all over the world, and they're already aware that we are having you by 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time. So we want to please apologize and then ask you to wait until 4:30, please.
That's fine.
You join
That's
us
fully
again by
fine.
4:30. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate. So we are looking forward to seeing you and then hearing from you 4:30 Nigerian time.
Okay.
Yeah, so just keep looking at your email. We'll send you the link, and then you join us again because they want to go on break now. We've been here for hours. We want to go on break now. And
Yeah.
then we'll see you 4:30 Nigerian time. Thank you so much. We
We'll
appreciate
take a break myself as well then.
All right. Thank you very much. So see you then. Thank you.
See you later.
So now, on this timetable, we have at 3:30. Am I correct? Yeah. At 3:30, we should have workshop stream 2 by Lauren Titan. Is it today? Yes, she has another session today. So, but at 3, Sean Yiga will be coming up to talk to some of us who will be interested. In case you are coming from another field, he's coming to talk to us about that possibility. Why did he change to DH? It's going to be more or less like questions and answer period. He's going to talk to us. He read physics. He had MSc physics. And now he's working on literature. Yeah, English literature with emphasis on digital humanities. So we want to hear from such a person, and maybe we have one or two things to learn. When he came to the Netherlands 2 years ago, and he swept all the awards, you know. So it was a challenge to us. We were just clapping, you know. So at 3, he's going to join us to just interact with us. All right. And the food. So we want to also conduct some interviews for some of our people. So we'll start going, picking people, and we'll do that outside. Thank you. Classe français. Okay, so those who have been interviewed before, we want to have you again so that we now know what your experiences have been and we have it documented. And then the documentary is going to be released and will update us when it is ready, but it's not going to be ready before we finish this program. We are not like this before. But it will be ready. We don't know. I don't want to give. I already put a piece of information on the participant list concerning 2 individuals who did not fill it the way we expected. So please fill it. No filling of that form. There is no way we can. It's not a must you fill the feedback form. It's not a must. But if you don't do, we may not be able to have access to your name the way you want it to appear. Yeah. The link. Don't you have the link? Where are our Malian friends? Where are they? I learned they are not in any of the groups. What happened? The Malians, you know, in Nigeria, we call Malians something else. They are the trendy guys. Okay. So are you a Malian? Are you a Malian? Professor Richard is a Malian. You. You're a Malian.
I'm not from Mali now. No, it's not, even though I'm a language person, it's not every language I want to know. So, Elliot. The link is not DH conference now. Is it not Google form? It's a Google form. Please, if you have not filled, use the other place. Nigerians can use the data from their phone to do. Other people that are not from Nigeria, if you need a network, please get to the office. Get to office to do it, please. Okay? Have you filled it, Elliot? Oh, you have done it? Oh, good. It's because, you know, the Cameroonians are, they are bilingual. They don't have problem. Oui, vous êtes bilingue. Oh. So, you are faster than no collègue Senegalais et puis, that's your advantage. Okay, so use this time to keep networking. If I don't have your contact, let me see your hands. If I don't have your contact, you see, it means I'm not networking enough. That's the meaning now. That's the meaning I'm not networking enough. You see, the man you saw that came has a student that is presently in Germany, Nigerian. Networking is the pride of scholarship. A scholar that is alone will have no impact. So if you think that you are too knowledgeable to network, or you are too beautiful to network, don't worry, with time you will decay. You understand now? So, Morukwe, do you have my contact? I think I'm still networking. Please, use the time. When you are going to attend a program like this, you print your card. You design your card and hold. When you go, you'll be giving it to people. Do you understand? For example, I'm giving you an example now. Networking is what you have to practice. You see, I used to have this before, but when I was going to Netherlands, I needed to print a more beautiful one. So I printed this one. This printing of this thing will not cost you much money. That's what you need. Some of you that are carrying here, tell me your name. You won't have time to write tell a big man to write his name. Do you understand what I mean? You won't have the time. Because all the people I used to see from book, hear their name, the person that did the antcom, all of them, I saw them face to face. And so when I reach, I said, please, sir, write your name here for me. Sir, let me bring your paper. Let me write your name, my name. When okay, you've got some card. I said, why not? Why not? I have a card. You just wait for me. And I just go and pick it. I said, here is my card, please. Here is my card. You see, that is packaging. Is it not so? That is branding. But you can be a good product, but poorly packaged. Isaiah says, when you see him, because he has no form of godliness, you will despise him, because he's poorly packaged. Some of us are suffering from poor packaging. So if you want your packaging to be improved, you have to start like this. Justica, did you hear me? Where is your card from Ghana? Napoleon. You see, this one is from our colleague from Mali. You see her own. That is her own. That is Kadaji, where is your own card? Vous avez une carte? I say, où? Bon, j'arrive, je vais régler ça. You understand now? Yeah, because he doesn't have the link, and he said he has his number. He has gone there to check. Are you sure it's the number? If you have added her, she will see now. She has gone to network, where network is. Okay? Do you have any question? As regards, this period is a period for packaging. Yes, now you and Emeka was just coming to, you just come carrying textbook, write your name. People from Caritas, going with the exercise book, write your name for me. That's what you'll be doing. Have you not seen it? Okay, that one belongs to you now. This is for you and them. So that is for sample for you when you go to Abuja. Have you heard? So, please, Thérèse, vous avez une carte? Jamais. Okay. Please, ensure that you. Osita, what of your card? Are you part of people carrying a size book? You mean it? Yes, because really? No, because I suffered it. when I went to this thing, Oxford University, I did, you know, I had to learn to be packaging. How you package yourself at times, that's how you are priced. So, no, it's good. It's good. It's good. See my friend, he just coming from Veritas or where? Carrying exercise book from Abuja. Write your name. Let me write your name, my name in that exercise book. Please, this is the time for networking. Okay, I'm going to give you. Don't worry. No. Who knows? This is networking. Networking is. You are saying here you are not networking. Huh? You see, Osita is doing networking. Osita, Kuma. You have to be doing that. Yes, net. Where is your own card? You are part of people carrying a size book. Oh yeah, go. Don't want a size book, people. What of food? You are needing attendance. Oh yeah, go. Yes, you can have soft copy. Let me check other people. Yeah, but be writing names. This is the networking. It has started. People that come with a size book, if they carry iron, write on iron. Don't worry. Let me have your card. Tell Emmanuel to be packaging you well. That's good. Huh? David. You are okay. You are just you are not networking. You are building couples. Leave couples alone. Oh yeah, please go ahead. You are sleeping without networking. Are you okay? I'm not used to. You are networking now. You be networking. Please be writing. Ça va, hein? Hello? Hello? No, who is it? I saw a missed call. Is the food ready? Have you seen it? Mo lọ sóko, mo bó
ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ o lọ́mọ aráyé o. Oníyàwó tó dá kápá ẹ̀fẹ̀ o lọ́mọ aráyé o. Bíyàwó ẹ ò sì dá káyé mú sí ẹ o lọ́mọ aráyé o. Ènìyàn bí àparò lọ́mọ aráyé ń fẹ́ o. Ènìyàn bí àparò lọ́mọ aráyé ń fẹ́. Ènìyàn bí àparò lọ́mọ aráyé ń fẹ́ o. Ènìyàn bí àparò lọ́mọ aráyé ń fẹ́. Everybody. Eh? Ah. Yeah. Ah.
The food is ready, please. Let's be going. Tell everyone that I said.
Please, as soon as you finish eating, please come back up. We are not going to keep some of our guests waiting. So if it is one person they meet here, they will continue to interact with them. We won't keep them waiting. You don't invite people and waste their time. They have their schedules.
mo mọ̀ dúpẹ́ gbogbo bí wọ́n ti máa ń tọ́jú mi mọ́ mi ẹ̀ máa máa ṣe ẹ bá mi tọ́jú kúnlé bọ́bọ́ kúnlé ta òfin kì mí dára ni olúwo gbogbo ìkòròdú ẹ ṣé mo máa dúpẹ́ sẹ́ kúnlé ta òfin kì ibi tí mọ́mí rẹ̀ ó dé ibi tí dáàdì rẹ̀ ó dé ó dá mi lójú wà á débẹ̀ wà á tún kọjá rẹ̀ dandandan ni o àṣẹ Elédùmarè níṣẹ́. à ń lè bọ́lẹ̀ ìjàmbá bí lára wájú ẹni àkàdé pé èrò àkọ́kọ́ ẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ìpele tó ń pè é sí o ibi tó ti ń mówó ọ̀nà yìí kò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ láíláí. tó bá mi yín léèrè pé ta ló kọrin lọ́wọ́ fujicologist rèé lórí
Hello? Hey, how's it going, James?
Hi, Sean.
Hey, James. Good to see you.
Let me stop with you.
It's, oh, hello?
Sean, can you hear me?
Hey. Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
It says my network is not stable.
Oh, hello?
Sean, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Hey.
I hope the network is going to let me Sunday, let me show camera. Face camera and see me. Okay, here I am. Can you see me now? Yeah. Okay. The audience, the members of the audience now, they are on break.
Cool.
We thought you couldn't, you wouldn't be coming.
Sorry about the.
And we understand that it will be in the morning around you there.
Oh.
So it's okay. I don't know if you can hold on a little more.
I can hang around. I don't have any commitments for until 6. And sorry with the difficulties in figuring out a time. You got me last night a little late, so.
Okay, that will be perfect. Thank you. Well, I hope my network will be stable at that time because it's not very stable now.
Oh yeah.
Network connection, I mean.
So what time were you thinking? Sorry.
What did he say?
Oh, I thought that we said, what was, oh, between 15 and 15:30 at your time?
Yeah.
Okay. So what were you thinking? Or? 8. James?
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Um, this program is live, and we're going live on on YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom. So the basic, and I want to thank you for responding to my invitation in a very short time. I appreciate it.
It's great to be here.
Yeah. So as soon as our participants return, it's going to be like questions and answer session. What motivated you from changing from the sciences to arts, the liberal arts, and all that? And then why DH and that? I don't know if I'm going to coordinate it, but when they return in about 30 minutes, will that be fine with you? Okay. So,
cool.
So the way this thing works, this platform, the way it works is that when you are talking, I will have to mute myself. So sometimes you may not hear if I mute myself. So, but when they want to ask questions, you hear them. I will mute them and all that. And the reason is to avoid you having echo. You know. So that's it. All right. I'm playing some Nigerian music. Yeah, I think you like them. Then I could remember that you were asking me for some in the Netherlands. So while we are waiting, I'm just going back to the Nigerian music. Thank you. So I'm going to take you off the screen, but you'll be at the backstage. Okay. All right. So that you can do other things. All right. Just hang on. Thank you.
bá níbẹ̀ ọlọ́run ìyẹn gangan ló fi máa mọ̀ pé bàbá ní fàdà ń jẹ́ ọmọ anything for me ọ̀gbẹ́. Abiola nothing for you. Adi ọmọ anything for me for the color is the love. Abiola nothing for you. Anything for me. Abiola, nothing for you. I need to touch you. Go back and look at that last song. Abiola, nothing for you. Ìbàdàn la wà nílé Olúyọ̀lé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ìfẹ́fù náà ní fujicologist rè. Ẹ lọ gbé náà wá ẹ bá tún pa wá. Odidi second of party o. Sọ̀mí wá bọ̀bọ̀ ló gbé mi wá bí. Ọkọ̀ tí búkíbúkí bèbí ìpèrè. Ìbò lẹ tún gbé mi lọ báyìí. Femix má máa ṣe mí léṣe. Mr. Morty, mama, come in like you, honey. Only smile for me, even if you're sad, oh. Be good to me, even if you bad, oh. Stay with me, even if you got some place to be. Pray with me, even if you don't believe. Smile for me, baby, me, please. Smile, yeah. I want to be the one way you feel that for. I want to be the one that makes you do that things you thought you never do. Let me be the one for you. I want to be your weakness, baby. Everybody's born a winner. I'm all up as I'm a winner. If only you just believe it, yeah, yeah. Close your eyes and come and see it. See, I'm in my car. Don't you worry about the thing, yeah, yeah. Cause if you work hard, you can get it if you work. If you strive hard, you can be just what you want. If you work hard, you can climb the mountain top. Cause nothing is too small, and nothing is too big. Who your mayor? Who your mayor? Oh, who your mayor? Le who san who kan mi o. Who your mayor? Who your mayor? Oh, who your mayor? Le who san who kan mi o. Ọlọ́lọ́bọ̀ bá ròde ẹni rẹ ní. Chief Mrs. Juliana Adékànbí ẹṣẹ́ mo mọ̀ dúpẹ́. Gbogbo bí wọ́n ti máa ń tọ́jú mi, mọ́ mi ẹ máa máa ṣe. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Kúnlé bọ̀bọ̀ Kúnlé ta òfin kì mí dára ni. Olúwo gbogbo Ìkòròdú ẹṣẹ́ mo máa dúpẹ́ sẹ́. Kúnlé ta òfin kì ibi tí mọ́mí rẹ̀ ó dé, ibi tí dáàdì rẹ̀ ó dé. Ó dá mi lójú, wà á débẹ̀, wà á tún kọjá rẹ̀ dandandan ni o. Àṣẹ Elédùmarè níṣẹ́. À ń lè bọ́lá ìjàkúlà bí lára wájú. Ẹni àkàdégbèrò kákan bọ́ ẹ lélẹ̀ ìgbélé tó ń gbélé sí o. Ibi tó ti ń mówó, ọlá yìí kò ní ìfẹ́, kò ní ìfẹ́ láíláí. Tọ́ba mi ilé rẹ̀ pé ta ló kọrin lọ́wọ́. Baby na bomb and she blow me oh. What's your father a soldier? Flora my flower. I will ever move off you. If you say I'm good for nothing, oh, therefore you're bad for something, oh. Flora my flower, baby. If nothing lasts forever, oh. Me and you could be nothing forever, oh. Baby, baby, come on, Lita. Me and you could be nothing forever, oh. Listen. Baba, you don't confuse me with a bomb. It's together, man, made this dúró lé. Kò lè jẹ́ káyé mú ẹ rárá. Gbọ́ mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí àpáta tí ó dúró lé sẹ́. Kò lè jẹ́ káyé mú ẹ rárá. Nítorí pé ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ dúró lórí àpáta ayérayé. Ẹ bá mi kọrin. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ dúró lórí àpáta ayérayé. Only you can do what no man can do, Baba mi. Only you can do what no man can do, Jehovah. Only you can do what no man can do, Baba mi. Only you can do what no man can do, Jehovah. I have confidence in you, Jesus. I have confidence in you. Anytime, any day. I have confidence in you, Jesus. I have confidence in you. Anytime, any day. Only you can do what no man can do, Baba mi. Only you can do what no man can do, Jehovah. Ọba tí ń lẹ́kùn yìí. Bóyá kọ́nà kí là ń ṣe? Ìjó là ń jó. Kí là ń ṣe? Ọpẹ́ là ń dá. Kí là ń ṣe? Ìjó là ń jó. Kí là ń ṣe? Ọpẹ́ là ń dá. Àkùnfíjó kàkúnṣe gangan. Ìjó là ń jó. Olùkíjó sáfù gangan. Ọpẹ́ là ń dá. Àkíkọ́ kí là ń ṣe? Michael. Ìjó là ń jó. Àní kí là ń jó. Ọpẹ́ là ń dá. Only you can do what no man what no man can do, Jehovah. Shake your bum bum, my sweetie. Make you go down low, baby. No dey waste time, boy, you ready. Papa mi o, Cookie baby, honey. Oh, yeah, bless me with that booty, yeah. Whether no believe me, now you stand beside me. Whether no see me, now only you see me. Oh yeah, take it all out, baby. Take his pound sterling, hold his Bentley, baby. That one not for Lenny. Take his black car, baby. Shut until you tire, even if you tire, baby. I go see the wire, baby. What do you want from the man? I got to come from the man. And I got money to throw away. So everybody go your way. You broke my back, rocking my back, rocking my back for you. You broke my back, rocking my back, rocking my back for you. Yeah. Oh yeah, show me that you care about me. Anything that you got to for you, babe. Orekele wa ragabomi, sweet Orekele wa rocky butter, and so go about. Whether no believe me, now you stand beside me. Whether no see me, now only you see me. Oh yeah, take this dollar, baby. Take this pound sterling, hold this Bentley, baby. That one not for Lenny. Take this black car, baby. Swap until you tire, even if you tire, baby. I go see the wire, baby. Oh yeah, nítorí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ìjà gbogbo pátápátá.
Okay.
you okay? I want to use my money to get.
I don't think we need to wait any longer. Yes, let them continue. We have a guest here. Right out.
Hello.
Okay, is an opportunity for us to interact with. It's an opportunity for us to interact. Sunday. No, camera. Okay, Sean, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What we want to do now is a kind of interaction with you, and then I think I'll be coordinating it for the time being.
Cool.
All right. Just like you can see, Sean Yiga researches contemporary literature through the lens of digital humanities. He is a former assistant professor at Pacific Northwest College of Arts in the United States. Yiga receives his MSc in physics from Texas A&M University. It is my pleasure to introduce to us Sean Yiga. Can we give him a round of applause? Sean, can you let us into your background? Why did you choose to move from physics to literature? What was your motivation? Or what were your motivations?
It's an interesting question. I feel like I'm still kind of figuring out the answer. I would say that growing up, the sciences always just felt very natural to me. I'm currently reading Shonda Prescott-Weinstein's The Disordered Cosmos, and she's a dark matter physicist, which was my focus as well. And she talks about just like having this love of counting things, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, I used to do that too, and I still do, I suppose. And here's a copy of the book. I should have had it on hand. I highly recommend it. I'm still in the works, but it's excellent so far. Going through school, physics was just kind of the way to go because it just made sense, I suppose. And but I was always a reader as well. I just have lots of books sitting here as well. And I after receiving my Master of Science from Texas A&M, I went on to focus on teaching for a little while. And while I was doing that, I just started making these graphs that are plots of a narrative's fabula versus Chusette. And for folks who aren't familiar, Chusette is just like a measure of how long a story has been going on. If you're reading a book, you can approximate it by how many pages in you are. If you're watching a film, that's just how many seconds the film has been running. And then the fabula is just the timeline internal to the narrative. And just out of curiosity, I started making these graphs. It was kind of like, oh, what happens when you take like a data-driven approach to literature? And all of a sudden, I just started finding these beautiful graphs. And there's that old joke that a scientist's job is to take something beautiful and turn it into a graph. But I think that the graphs themselves were pretty beautiful. And in doing so, one thing just kind of led to the next. And I found myself formally becoming a student of literature, for which I'm very grateful. Does that answer the question? Oh. I can't. James? James? Oh.
Sean, can you hear us, please? We seem to have lost you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, please continue. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Somebody has a question for you. Are you ready to take questions now? Can you
Sure.
attend
Yes.
to this question?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sean, good day. My name is Harmony Ibiam from University of Uyo. Please, I want to know how someone that has been running away from math and science can cope with digital humanities. Thank you.
Thanks, Army.
Thanks, Army.
I would say I'm not so much entirely running away. Then again, maybe a bit. I'm originally from New Jersey, and the unofficial state song is "Born to Run." So perhaps I am, but physics and math will always feel like home, I guess. But DH, it's great. There are times when I'll joke that I feel like I'm an analog scientist, but that actually makes me, hello? Can y'all see or hear me? Hello?
Hello? Sure. Can you? Yeah,
Yes.
you're back. Okay, please, can you take that response again?
Sure, no problem. Sorry about that. Where was I? Oh, yes. So, oh, cool. Thanks. Sorry, the feedback. Okay. So, yes, there's definitely challenges in transitioning, and it'll vary based on which branch of the sciences you're coming from, uh, and yeah, DH is really nice though, because the skills that you develop there in data analysis and the questions that you learn how to ask are very helpful. Harmony, may I ask which branch you're coming from? If you care to share.
Did you get that? French literature.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool, awesome. Sorry, I misinterpreted the question. Okay, awesome. I was reading some Derrida just yesterday.
Okay. She's actually in French department studying literature in French.
Ooh, good stuff.
Did you get that? Okay.
Good stuff. Oh, hello? Hello? Hello?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
Did you get the question right?
Oh, okay.
She's studying French, but she's studying literature in French.
Oui. Oh, pardon me. Awesome. I was asking. I should have framed it in terms of what are you studying, instead of asking which branch of the sciences. I don't know lots of French literature, so I can't quite make the connections. I thought if coming from the sciences, I could talk about how it might vary based on which one. But pardon me for that. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Oh, hey.
Sean, how are you doing?
I'm well. How about you? Oh,
I'm fine, I'm fine. Long
oh, good
time
to see you.
after the Netherlands.
Yes, yeah.
Mm.
Richard, how's it going?
That's Richard.
Oh, oh, there you are. Sorry. Sorry, my screen's a little blurry.
Okay. So thanks for being with us.
Mhm. Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. We told the participant that you could be an encouragement to them, especially when it has to do with digital humanity scholarship. And so I'm happy that you made it, though we are seeing you virtually. If it were possible, you could have come to Lagos.
Yes, Tunde, sorry. Thank you. Yes, I'd love to.
Any other question? Any other? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Uh, yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Sean. My name is Bumi Okonoda from the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies,
Hi, Gumio.
Kurujos. Yes. Beneath the practical differences between science and literature, we know that there are also areas of convergence. So we would like to know some of the things you've done, that some of the things that inspired you to go into contemporary literature, and some of the works you've done that can serve as inspiration to us. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. For contemporary literature, I find that a lot of texts it really delve into the sciences in interesting ways. Again, The Disordered Cosmos is an excellent one. This one just came out about 2 months back, maybe. And I highly recommend. And let's see. What have I done? Geez, it feels weird trying to say that. Maybe let me see if I can share the slides because I think my graphs speak better than I do. Let me see if. Oops. The are these slides available or can you see them? Oh, cool. So these
Okay.
oh cool, thanks.
Yeah.
So
Stories versus narrative for pop fiction.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So what's kind of happening here in the film Pulp Fiction is it starts off, the film is at the diner, so as you move from left to right, that's sort of what's presented to the audience. You have these two people launching like a kind of scheme, and then all of a sudden it jumps backwards in time to these two characters, Vincent and Jules, recovering a briefcase. And much later in the film, it resumes this scene, so it picks up at the same time. And then So the graph kind of captures that difference in height. And it's one thing that's kind of cool is you can see that the narrative has two endings. One ending in the fabula, which is this sort of note of redemption, where it's like one person saves another after a feud that they'd had, and it says, "We cool, yeah, we cool," and they do better with that. And then afterwards, it ends on another note of redemption, where the two people who launched the scheme in the early part, Samuel L. Jackson, they try to rob him, and he says no. And he ends up giving them some money, saying that he's purchased their souls and that he's setting them free. So it ends on another note of redemption. So what happens here is that by telling a story in a very nonlinear manner, Tarantino effectively doubles his endings, so he can reinforce this message. And I think that the time map, these graphs that I make, kind of helps reinforce it. Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon is another interesting example, especially from a theoretical perspective, because it starts off, this monk shows up at a gate during a rainstorm, and he notices that the people there are very sad, and he says, "Why are you so sad?" And they start telling him about this trial that they witnessed. And at the trial, they bring back each witness from the trial, and each person tells a different story. They all recount the same event, but each of them has their own versions of it. So what happens is you have parallel storytelling that's parallel in terms of different points in time, where you have at the gate, at the trial, and then at the scene of the crime. But then you also have parallel storytelling in that it repeats this event right here. And in doing so, it shows that we have these two different kinds of parallel storytelling. A more complicated example is maybe Breakfast of Champions by Kurt Vonnegut. And this one's a book instead of a film. And you can see it opens up in medias res. And what I've done is I've kind of color-coded it based on which characters are present in the main storyline. And I focused in on one particular day in the story, because if you don't take scale into account, the author mentions the dinosaurs going extinct, which is this dot here, and then the Adirondacks being formed, which is this dot down here, and then all of the story and all of human history just kind of gets flattened down into this line right here. Another interesting thing to observe is that it actually is very similar to the shape of Assata Shakur's autobiography, Political Prisoner, and who's been liberated. And her autobiography opens up by recounting her court dates. And then she talks about being in prison, and then the story flashes back and forth between her growing up and her experiences with the state. And in doing so, it is similar to the structure of Breakfast of Champions, which alternates back and forth between Kilgore Trout and Dwayne Hoover for the most part. One big difference, though, is that Breakfast of Champions ends when their paths collide, for the most part. But for Assata's autobiography, she has the trial and conviction, but then she's broken out and manages to escape. So that's a nice difference there. Oops. and then these graphs can get very intricate if you um, really dive into the details of them. Does that help answer the question? Or I want to. Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh, let's do. And if there are others that folks are interested in, I can.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean. We wanted to answer this question, which will be the last for this session, because Lauren Tilton is waiting for a session, and I must appreciate the fact that you accepted this invitation in a very short, within a very short notice. It's a big deal for me. I want to thank you very much. But before you go, would you like to answer this question that I'm going to put on the screen for you?
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Thank you, Frank. That was the research that I was discussing just right now. I can perhaps give a little bit more background on it, or if there were any narratives in particular that folks wanted more info on. And let me. Let me see. So I guess. It's Sylvia Winter's a big inspiration for me. I should have brought her up in response to Harmony's question, where Winter was her goal was to develop a deciphering practice, which aims to reveal the rules of functioning rather than merely replicating and perpetuating these rules. And in the future, I want to dive deeper into a few different texts and potentially see if automating data collection is possible. It's a very tricky proposal, though, because there's so much fluidity to temporal language, and but it's an interdisciplinary research, and yeah, I want to make sure that I'm not going over too badly. So, and I'll be floating around, and
okay,
I want to see what folks have been working on.
Oh, thank you very much, Sean. Will you mind sharing the presentation slide with us? Maybe we can share with some of our participants, and then will you permit me to share your email with them?
Oh, yes, please.
Yes, please. Okay, so they will get in touch with you and then ask further questions. So once again, we want to thank you for coming within that short notice. I just informed you early this morning in Nigerian time, and then you responded to that call. Can we please put our hands together for Sean Yiga? Sean Yiga is from the Ohio University, United States of America. So we see and we keep the discussion going. Thank you, Sean, and bye for now. Hi, Miss T. Dr.
Hey,
T.
yes, hello.
Okay.
Yes, hello.
Hey, I promise us that today Lauren will continue her no. She was going to continue her chat with us, a conversation. And so we want to welcome you, Lauren, for yesterday and the wonderful presentation. I had promised the participants that today, if they had even questions, it was possible for them to come back with it, so that today, if there are other questions combined with that of today, it will be possible for you to handle them. Thank you so much for yesterday. Today, we continue the presentation by Lauren. Please pay attention. Be very, very attentive as we listen to her. Thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us today. The participants are all ears. They are eager to listen to you as a continuation of yesterday's presentation. Thank you so much. You may now begin.
Thank you. And just to confirm about 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, great.
About 45 minutes. That's okay.
I can adjust. What's best for you?
Laura, yeah. I guess it's possible for you to make it in 30 minutes.
No problem. Great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Okay, well, I'll get started then today. It's great to see everyone again. And again, I want to thank the organizers for all of their work. As I said yesterday, these events take an incredible amount of work. So I think Professor Tundi, Dr. Tundi, and everyone who's been involved in organizing this, these are a significant undertaking. So a round of applause back toward y'all for organizing an entire week of an amazing schedule. So I'm going to come back today to talking a little bit about our cloud, our studio plus our cloud. And what I did for today was, since we'd have a little bit more of an in-depth time, I created this. This is the URL that will send you directly to the slides that I presented yesterday, and will include a few more links for things for today. And as I'll remind that from yesterday, part of the goal of today's conversation and sort of demonstration is to just sort of show the possibilities of R, the programming language R, and what it can do for everyone. And I'll in the private chat, just in case it can come out that way too. That way everyone can get a connection to that. So, so this will give you directly to the slides from yesterday and for today. So just a quick overview from yesterday. We talked a little bit about why programming and why R. And I was talking a lot about part of the goal here is to just talk about what's possible with it. And actually, Sean's presentation or conversation just a few minutes ago was actually a perfect segue, because the work that he did in order to do that, to be awarded, and the work that earned him the 48 prize was a type of data analysis that I can see by looking at those plots relied on either R or Python. I think he probably used R, but you can ask him. But either way, either programming language appears to be fundamental to that work. And the visualizations that he showed y'all were the result of doing the kind of data analysis that I was talking about last night. But I'm also talking about today. And Sean has informed me that he is using Python. I thought so, it was possible. But the principles and concepts remain the same, about getting some sort of structured data, doing a data analysis, and then plotting it in a way that makes that possible. So his work is actually an incredible example of where this kind of work can go. And so, as I said yesterday, we talked a little bit about data and the structuring of data that we can then, once we turn often we work with structured databases or structured data sets, we can then do some exploratory data analysis and create a series of plots, sort of like the ones, again, you just saw by Sean, to then try to use the graphs to explore the questions that animate our research. So in his case, looking at narrative structure across films and books. And in other cases, I've been interested in data about, I've particularly been interested in data about photography. Other work, as I highlighted yesterday, by folks like Melanie Walsh and Maria Antoniuk, looking at reader reception of work. So looking at the comments in things like, in this case, they use Goodreads, but you could imagine Reddit or Twitter or other social media or social collaborative sites where people are looking at data to try to understand some feature, such as how people understand what they're reading, what are the cultural and social messages that they're taking away from what they're reading or viewing or listening to, and other questions that animate these areas. So or we can also then, and we can turn that work into things like digital public projects, like I showed again yesterday. So we talked a little bit again about installing R. R is not, it's something you can just load directly onto your computer. And I've given you the links here so that later you can go and download it on your own machine. And one of the benefits then is that you open up this entire world of computational analysis and entire areas of data analysis, whether it's networks, graphs, mapping, text analysis, image analysis, all of these different features, and you can open it up at scale. So one of the other things that's important, that is really powerful of programming languages in something like R or Python, is that you can also scale up your data. So a lot of out-of-the-box tools, the challenge with them is that they kind of max out really fast. So you can, maybe you put 100 data points or 1,000 data points, but when you start getting into a lot of data, they really have trouble, or they can be challenging to work with. For those who may have worked with Voyant, the text analysis tool, it's really great. But if you really scale up to hundreds of tens of thousands of books or hundreds of thousands of tweets, and you start to really scale up your data, those kind of GUI interface tools can really be challenging to work with, because they don't have enough kind of processing power behind them, and the way they're built to do that kind of analysis. So one of the other benefits of a programming language is you really can work with big data, or at least large scale data. And for some folks, that might be really important. Others might work with smaller data sets or more discrete data sets. But if you really want to scale up your analysis to large scale data, then programming becomes really important. So R opens up this entire world of data analysis for us. And as I said yesterday, one of the things that's really challenging is and the gap to programming can be quite challenging because of the let me move this for a second, sorry. Can be because of the ways that we program. So this box is a terminal, and this is one way you can do programming on your computer, but this is really hard to work with. So what we can then do is use the same programming language R and use a tool or software like RStudio with a bunch of really great R markdown files that we've already looked at, that then allow us to do that analysis in a way that we can really see under the hood, in a way that the terminal can make it very challenging. And the amount of programming that one needs to know gets really high on the terminal, whereas if you're sort of entering into programming, or even really experienced, sort of this software like RStudio can really help people keep track of where their data is, where they're pointing their directories, and keep everything together. I'm just going to highlight again that I've added actually a few more resources in here for the later, for those who might want to go work. And I want to note that the R for Data Science book by Hadley Wickham that I have here is open and free. And it's an amazing book to just sort of walk systematically through, and walks one through the beginnings of programming in R for data science, or you can replace that with digital humanities, and how to transform and work with data sets. And it's a really great piece. So there's all of that we kind of went over yesterday. And then the data that I was working with was this photogrammer collection. So there was a question about images. while we are studying features about images with this data, we are not studying the image itself. We can do that, and particularly using computer vision, but we are not doing that. Rather, what I am doing is we're taking the data about these photographs, and this is, say, a photograph of iconic photographer, credible photographer, Gordon Parks, and we're taking all of this metadata about the photograph, who the photographer is of the photo, what, where they took the photo, what kind of film did they use, and other features, and then turn it into a data set that looks like this. I'm sure many of you have had the experience of having to basically create a spreadsheet of data with columns and rows about something you care about. And as I said before, this could be books, and each book is an author and date and publisher. It could be a tweet and the username and the location tweeted and the tweet itself. It could be, I'm trying to think, it could be almost anything. I heard a reference to French literature. It could be Madame Bovary, and then the author Flaubert, and then the year it was published, and the publisher, and maybe how many people have bought the book. So millions of people have bought the book, right? We could look at, it could be a piece of art. It could be like a photographer, or it could be any artist that you are interested in, and it could be each row could be a painting, and each column could be information about the painting. Or music, each column could be a song, and it could be the songwriter, how many people have listened to the song on Spotify, how many people have downloaded the song or bought it on a music streaming a music download service, or it could be with the lyrics. You could think of all these different things we might be interested in studying. Movies, and where you might be interested in certain features about it. And so what I did then is what I'll do next then is talk a little bit about just some of the analysis, just to give a sort of overview of what one could do with just a single data set and apply different methods from the digital humanities. And I'm going to note that in this last final bit.ly here link, this brings you to the repository for all of our notebooks and data that I am using today. So for the last 5 minutes, say, I'll walk through how you could download R for yourself and install RStudio on your own machine, and how you would set the working directory to actually just run all of the code I've given today. And you can do it on your own machine, or if you'd like to, if you would like to work with RStudio Cloud, you can work with that for, I think, free for a little bit, but then you have to pay. So I'll show a little bit about that at the end. So everything I'm doing today, you can take some time and go sit down, and we have several hours, and walk through it systematically on your own, just to see what's possible. So yesterday then I talked about this environment called RStudio that we were doing the analysis in. And so one of the first things I sort of in our yesterday didn't point to, but in the folder that I created, and you will see all of these folders in the data if you download it yourself, is one called SRC, which stands for source. And it has a notebook 00, which is just a setup notebook. And that's the one up here. And what this one does is it installs all of the libraries that one needs in order to run all the data that I've given. For any time, almost anything you're going to do in R, almost everything, you're going to have to install these packages. These are basically those books I mentioned yesterday, where you're trying to build your library, and then you're pulling the books off and putting them on your desk so you can use them to work on your data and analyze the data. That is this one called Notebook 00 setup, and it downloads all of the libraries. And this is really awesome, because basically it gives us a series of what are called functions, and they're basically like one little term, and it allows us to do things like do merge a table, build a box plot, build a time series. If you're doing natural language processing or any text analysis, you click like one line of code and it's like topic modeling, or count the word frequencies, and you don't have to custom write the code. It's basically like a series of terms you can use to just start running that data. I'm not going to install this again. Again, you can just hit this play button because I've already done that. Let me see if I can get a little bigger so you can see the screen a little bit better. There you go. I think that'll be a little easier. So that's what this code is. It just means install packages, and it can install anything you want in there. So then the question is, what can I do with that? This again is a reminder of that we have these packages, these libraries that have been, so these packages that have been installed. We're going to take those books basically from our library and put them on our. You could think of like the packages as like, like getting a shipment from Amazon and getting the books out and then putting them on like in the office. And then now we're going to take the books and put them on our desk. And that's what we do when we read this code about the libraries. You place it on that. We run these codes. And then what we need to do, and this is probably always a key part, is we've got to take our data and pull it into R, so that R knows, hey, this is the data we're going to be working with, and we've assigned it a variable name called photos. So photos is going to be our data, and what we're going to constantly be doing is taking parts of the photos data and counting it and sorting it and to actually understand a few things about it. And a reminder about this observations to variables as a data structure for organizing data. I mentioned already the Tidy Data book by Hadley Wickham. He also has an article called Tidy Data, which is a really great primer on how to structure data so that you can put it into something like R or Python. So the data is structured so it's really easy to calculate and manipulate once in here. So what's all the payoff of building all this data? Well, the payoff begins that once we have all this great data, we can actually start to learn and explore something about our collection. So as I said before, we're working with photography from the 1930s and 1940s, and we're interested in some information about the photographs. So it's 170,000 photos. What can we learn about these photos by having this data? And so one of the things that we can start to do is use a visualization framework called ggplot, which stands for the Grammar of Graphics. So if there are one thing I think almost anyone doing data analysis in R, and it's one of the most powerful things is to learn is ggplot. It's the Grammar of Graphics. It's about how to do data visualization. Basically, how do you make all of these graphs you're seeing, whether you saw them in Sean's work or other work that I've highlighted. And what we then do is we read our CSV in. Again, we read our data in, and then we can use this ggplot, which is basically a little cookbook for how to do data visualization. And you can, if you Google ggplot, there'll be tons of YouTube videos and guides for how to use it. It's probably one of the best documented visualization libraries. And what we can just start to do is to count, just like you can count words in a book or count other features. And so what we can start to just say is how many photos are there by year? And give me a bar chart. This is what this says. And we can start to see something really interesting, that there are more photos as the collection grows over time. We see the collection grow. And actually the most photographs are taken during 1942. This is fascinating from a scholarly point of view because this collection is really understood to be about the Great Depression. Yet all of these photos are taken during World War II. So that starts to already reconfigure what we think this collection is really about. What is this image actually, what is this collection actually taking images of? Then we can just start to see images by photographer, and we can start to do a count of the photos. Now, this is not very helpful. This is a little hard because we've put our photographers on the x-axis. So we can let's see, they'll move it around a little bit. Nope, didn't even move them around. Oh yeah, okay. So we have our photographers by count, as you can see here. But one of the challenges is that there's just too many photographers to plot. So what we can then do is just take the photographers, also put them on the x-axis. And this is just the column names that we have. So it's saying take that column called photographer and count it in our data. And then what we can do is we can start to put some of the photographs together and count them. And it's going to basically take all the photos of people who did not take a lot of photos, and we just do a little bit of adjustments to put all the photographers together who did not take a lot of photos, and we can start to see better here the most photos. So we can see there were a lot of photographers, and they took a lot of images, but they didn't sort of individually take a fair amount. But we can start to see now which photographers took the most photos during this federal government project. And this is super interesting, in part because one of the things is that this collection is really known for its photographs by Dorothea Lange and Walker Evans. But Walker Evans is not even in our most top photographers, and he's actually in our other list, our other list, and then NA means actually we don't know who the photographer is. And we actually get to see that photographers like Russell Lee, Jack Delano, and Arthur Rothstein took a whole lot of photos for this collection. So that, for me, as like a scholar of this collection, says, you know, that's really interesting. No one really talks a lot about, like, these photographers aren't talked as much about as the other photographers. But even more interesting is someone like John Vachon or Marianne Post-Wolcott, who no one really writes or talks about, and why they took a lot of photos. So that opens up questions for me, like, what were they doing? Why were they taking so many photos? What kind of photos did they take? And then it opens up a whole other world of exploration about this collection. And so we can start to, so that's just sort of exploratory data analysis. What is possible? And we can just basically write lines of code with slight minor adjustments. I know this looks a little, but basically we're just adding layers of complexity. And as I said, if you Google ggplot in the cheat sheets, these things become clearer. And we can just start further refining our graph, our bar chart, and seeing which photographers took the most photos. We removed all the ones we didn't know anyone about or were really small, and we can just start to refine our argument through this visualization tool as we refine our argument using R to do this. And so then we can make it a little prettier, and we can start to make the graphs you see in publications. Again, we can do this. We can just do bar charts. We can do scatter plots. This is going to take our photographs and look at them by year and month. This is not the most helpful, but we can then start to look at the number of photographs by year and month. So this is from January to December, and then over a year. So this is really interesting because we can start to see that they don't take as many photographs on the sort of January, February towards December. This is the ramping up of the unit, but we can start to see these different pieces and move forward in that way. So we can then start to look at other things like over time, and we can start to just do this kind of work, and we can do it also with lines. And then one of the cool things is that we can then begin to add color and other features. So we can start to add all those pieces together. We can add month, year, and photos, and we can start to see which photographers took the most photos over time and when they wrote. You could do this for, say, who's writing books over time, who's writing poetry, art, making art. You can imagine this being an artist and seeing when are they most productive, when are they active, what years over time, and we can do that. And then we can begin to plot it in an interesting way, which is spatially. And we can start to see the photographers over time in that way. I'll show, since we only have about 5 more minutes here, I'll show one more quick thing so you can get a sense. So now that we've seen these plots and we started to see that there's a spatial component, what we can do next then is actually use R and now explore the spatial side. So we can pull in libraries that give us maps, and they give us county boundaries, they give us state boundaries, and people have created all this data for us already. And we can just add a few lines of code, and we can start to plot this data. So now we can look at that data geographically. So we've talked about photographers, and now we can see, where did they take the photos? Where did they take them over time? You can imagine looking at where art is and who owns that art and who is housed or preserving that art, and where it's located. Think about efforts of who owns art and where does it sit around the world, and created by whom. And then we can start to plot it, and we can do it spatially and all of that. And we can start to look into places. This is Alaska, and then we can add place names, and we can look at Puerto Rico here. And we can start to add place names and start to actually see these clusters. So this is kind of cool, because now what I've learned is some photographer is moving across the country, like literally. And if you go dive deeper, this is actually a photographer on a train. So I offer all this. We can do text mining with the captions, as I said before. We can do networks. We can do all of these things that allow us to open up a collection, and we can do kind of all of the major areas of DH: network analysis, spatial analysis, text analysis, data visualization, data viz, and even some image analysis, all in one area. And that is through one method and tool, and that is the programming, and through one really powerful one, which is R. Or if you're more of a Python person, you could do that. Both will give you there's a few drawbacks and perks of one or the other, but they have this entire world that you can do that with. So I just want to point out that this bit.ly will send you to this repository in GitHub. And in here is everything I have said today. It is all of the code, and it's how to set up RStudio if you would like to do it yourself in here, as well as more information about how to download RStudio Desktop. And you can do that on your own machine. And the really key thing, if you do this on RStudio, so all you can do is go to R, CRAN, download R, uncompress it, and it will put it on the back of, it'll put it on your machine. Then you can download RStudio for your own machine, and then RStudio will appear on your screen. And let me see if I can share that quickly. Let me share my full screen. This will be a little different, but we'll see if we can make that work. Okay. And you can actually, you can then have RStudio locally, and then you can open a file, and you can actually open the project itself into R. And the really key thing is, no matter what you're doing when you're in here, is to check one thing. And that is to go to session, set working directory, and choose directory. And make sure to navigate when you download all this data to the folder that has all this data in it, which right now is called Humanities R. And if you open that, it will reload everything. It will load everything that you have in here. The key is that this directory on the right, where the desktop is, has to be the folder that has all of the R notebooks in it if you do it on your own machine or even in RStudio. I find the #1 challenge that folks have is just even getting to the right directory to then open these up and start running them and running the code to do it. And remember, the first one is source 00. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. This is very meta for a second. Oh, there it goes. Canceled, sure. And so I hope this kind of quick run through offers at least maybe ignites some ideas for what might be possible. And for those who might be looking to do this kind of work, maybe the payoff for learning how to program, which is not easy. It takes a lot of time, but maybe for a few, the payoff might be, maybe this will help make that payoff worth it, and see if that's where you want to spend your time. Because I think it's pretty exciting and opens up so many opportunities.
Thank you so much. I think you have done marvelously well. It's not really on the, even though we didn't give you much time, but at least you have done marvelously well. Thank you so much, Lauren. What we, because of our time, another speaker is actually waiting. Yes. Huh? The technical. Okay. I think Lauren, I think one of our participants said the question will take a longer time to describe. I think what we can do is, yes, we'll send it to you. We'll send it to you, and then maybe if we can see a way of framing some time, then it's possible for you to give response. Okay, so you write it down. I'm going to actually, thereafter, I will send it to her, then she will be able to respond appropriately. Thank you so much. Let's, okay, just hold on for.
Yeah. Lauren, once again, I want to just thank you for being with us for these 2 days, for taking your time to be able to share your knowledge with us on programming. I know that for most of our participants, they are coming across this for the first time, but I can assure you that the payoff is quite good. The payoff is good, and then and then we'll be able to learn some things, and then we can build on that and be able to improve on knowledge of programming. And I hope, as Richard mentioned, we send a question to you, and then you can now give us the response. So you will give me the permission to share your contact with them, so that they can write to you if they have any question. Would that be okay?
Yes, sounds great.
To see you in our future program. Thank you so much.
Great.
So do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you again. Wonderful,
Okay,
wonderful
okay,
week.
yeah. Okay.
See you later.
Yeah, bye-bye. Francisca. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Francisca, for your patience. And then, so we're ready to take your lecture now. I believe that the participants are actually ready to listen to you. I know you are going to share a lot of experience with us. You can't hear me because I can see the. Can you hear me?
Weekly, but I can follow you.
Oh, weekly. Okay. Okay. Is it better now? Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Slightly.
Oh, slightly better. Okay. Let's try and improve the technical aspect here. Okay. James was okay. Is it getting better now? Can you hear now? Is it getting better now?
Slightly better.
Oh, slightly better. Okay, so we'll try and then see how to improve on that. So I just want to just provide a brief introduction, and then to bring you in. Now, what we have done during this summer school is to see how to bridge theory and practice. So for the past 4 days, we've been learning and listening to facilitators from all over the world, teaching and then telling about DH. Now we are moving to another session now that will involve paper presentation by experts. So from this evening, Francisca will be giving us the keynote address to the international conference for digital humanities in Nigeria. So she will be giving us the keynote address. And tomorrow morning, we're going to be having panel paper presentation, about four sessions. Francisca de Jong has a background in theoretical linguistics. She switched to the area of computational linguistics and human language technology in 1985 when she joined Phillips Research to work on machine translation. And then she's been doing a lot. She's been involved in coordinating research. As at 1st September 2015, she's executive director of Clarion Eric. That's a very big organization in Europe, coordinating language development, digital infrastructure, and I must say that Francisca was instrumental to our participation at the DH workshop in Leiden in 2019. I'm sure I wouldn't know whether I know we remember. Shola, I know you remember Francisca. Okay. Shola, I know, and I actually prepared a paper, and then she went to Canada to present the paper, and then she met Francisca in Canada. I think Francisca was the chair of that session. I couldn't go. And then so from there, we built a relationship over time. And then in 2019, she invited me to join the panel preparing the workshop for Leiden in Netherlands, DH workshop. And then we're able to go with about 6 or 5 of our people to Leiden for 1 week. And then after that, we joined the conference in Utrecht. And it was a very, very huge impact on all those who were there. So we are very excited to have Francisca with us live in Lagos. And then she's been involved in multimedia indexing, text mining, cross-language information retrieval, disclosure of cultural heritage collection, and on and on. I can go on and on, and I can go on and they tell you about Francisca. But I'm sure we are ready to listen to her, and then she'll be able to share some of these amazing experience with us this evening. So over to you, Francisca. You have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunde. I will start sharing my screen, which we haven't tested. So let's see if it works out well. Ooh. Entire screen. Window. I may need a bit of guidance to because I don't share.
Can you see the share button?
So I have the share button here, but it doesn't show my other files.
You see a drop-down menu up your screen towards the URL.
When I have entire screen, and the audio is very, very weak.
Now, the first thing you do is...
I'll start again. Share.
Yes.
Share screen.
Now, you share the PowerPoint or the application you're using. So you must have opened up that application before coming to share. Did you get that? But you can also share screen. It means you just select that.
And now I don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, vaguely.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. If you don't talk too fast, it's okay.
Okay. Have you clicked the share screen button?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the drop down menu
up your
Then the
screen.
drop-down menu gives two options, video file or share screen.
Share screen.
Yeah. And then I don't see my other.
Yes, you choose from the drop down that appears on the top of your screen towards the left-hand side.
Left-hand side.
Yeah, well, center, left, kind of. Then you see allow to see your screen. Can you see that?
I have my. Do you see my screen now?
I'm waiting to see that.
I can send you my slides.
Yeah, let's do that now.
Okay. I send it to James.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I hope it's not too big. It's coming. I hope.
I'm refreshing my page to see. Have you sent it?
Yeah.
Okay, it has dropped. So I'm trying to download it.
Has something arrived?
I've seen it. I'm just trying to download it. Just 2 minutes. We're almost there. I'll inform you when I get it.
Okay.
Downloaded.
I hope the audience has patience as well. For me, no issue. While you are working on this, I might tell the audience that the group of people that gathered at this workshop in Leiden and at the DH 2019 conference in Utrecht that was just mentioned by Tunde. This group of people has set up a channel for communication based on an app, just WhatsApp, a common WhatsApp account. and I think it's the most densely filled stream in my WhatsApp account. People have found each other, and they came from over 10 African countries. So it turned out to be a very fruitful event, at least for the communication outside of Europe. Really interesting to see that happening. What do you think, James? Actually, some of the people that met for the first time in Leiden submitted another proposal for a workshop in Leiden, which was a special case because it was a competition where only one could win. So several applications for international workshops in all kinds of domains were submitted, but the proposal that was prepared by the Africa team was the one that was selected for this year. So end of May, early June, there will again be a workshop in Leiden, prepared by people from Cameroon, South Africa, and some people engaged with Africa studies in Europe, and even somebody from industry, Google. They together will have another workshop, which is then about how to tackle the hurdles in under-resourced, or in language documentation for under-resourced languages. James, any progress? If I do it this way, do you see it? Is there any connectivity right now? Should I reconnect?
Your slide is up now. Can you see?
Wonderful. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Great. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome. You can go ahead.
Okay. So, can you put it in full screen mode?
Full screen mode?
With presentation mode, I mean.
Presentation mode, I mean.
It's the icon underneath.
It's the icon underneath.
Well, if it doesn't work, then do you know how to put up the presentation mode?
How to put up the presentation mode?
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see it, but it's not in presentation mode.
It's not in presentation mode.
And now the screen is smaller than needed.
Smaller than needed.
Okay. What's this? Okay. No, what's in concession?
Otherwise, I'll just.
Is it okay now?
Yes, this is what I meant.
Yes,
Thanks a
this
lot.
is what I meant. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so here, you see my opening screen. Let's not dwell there too long. I have double affiliation. One is Utrecht University, and the other one, as Toon mentioned, is Claire and Eric, which is taking most of my time. And though my talk is not actually about Clarion, I still think it can be useful to share some of the features of Clarion with you. So I will have a section on that as well. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So when I noticed the subtitle of the conference in the summer school, I realized that there is an element in the way you can explain the role of research infrastructures that I would like to underline. It might be slightly biased towards the narrative that you and the rhetoric that is quite dominant nowadays in Europe, but I see signals that similar things may start happening on the African continent as well. So I thought, let's see where we can start a conversation on these issues. So first of all, I would like to say a few things about an important transition in data. Next slide, please. Because, of course, all research in all fields has in major part be based on data. So lots of research, almost all research is in some meaning or other data driven. But we used to be in a situation where data was something, once you had it, you cherished it and you protected it. You put it in a shoebox, and once your research was over, you kept it there. It was also something that was valuable in the exploration of a research question. And maybe you even prepared the data specifically for that research question. As I said, it was something that after it was studied, was then stored away. And the first step was always the collection of the data. But gradually, we moved into the realm of digital data and all the infrastructural support that comes with it. So right now we see a lot of value in the sharing of data. And it's not only something that can help you answer a research question, it can also suggest research questions, because there is a wealth of data available, even though not in all places the access is as well organized as it could be, but still we do have access to large data sets that then, after some exploration, sometimes we call that distant reading, is suggesting new research questions that can then lead to close reading and back and forth. So from something that is that was collected and studied. Sorry, can you go back again? It was. Yeah, it is. It has become something that can be deposited, made available for others, not just for use by others, but also as a machine actionable object, and ideally preserved together with links to the other objects that can help contextualize the object of study. And nowadays we also start using other people's data. So reuse has become a more important paradigm than could ever be imagined. Maybe the humanities are a bit slow in taking this up, but here and there you can definitely see that this is changing the field. Next slide, please. There's also something that changed in the relationship between data and computing. So you could say that before the 50s, all the computing was done by humans. So we had many computers, and we also had individual data sets that were not connected, not digitized. Everything was analog. So we had many computers and many data sets. Then gradually in the world of computing, things started to change. There were standalone CPUs, and gradually we started to network them. There was also the start of the digitization of data, but analog data was still very dominant. Then the network computers started to become cloud computers, where the location became totally irrelevant, and also cloud storage of data became in fashion. And you could say that around this period, with all the cloud computing coming up and the storage options there, we have reached a situation that actually, or we may reach a situation where actually you could see the compute power as simply one connected dot, one connected network of CPUs, so one computer, and with all the data sets digitized, which is not the case, of course, right now, but it might happen in the near future. You could start thinking about full interoperability of data and services, and especially, next slide, the interoperability. Yeah, the interoperability is the feature that determines the agenda for the support for researchers that is offered by research infrastructures. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is bringing a new element that, metaphorically speaking, is sometimes compared to the microscope, the macroscope, I should say. We all know the telescope, which is helping us to make observations about the infinitely great. We all know the microscope, which helps researchers to study the infinitely small. But with the interoperability of data, we now have everything that is available in digital format that is reflecting society and nature and culture and human activity and behavior, etc. We could start studying that through the data that is being collected and generated through all the devices we have nowadays. So everything that is not infinitely great and not infinitely small is also now subject to, can be made subject to study in the digital mode. But here we are talking about the infinitely complex part of reality. And for studying the infinitely complex, already decades ago, the concept of the microscope was put at the table, steering the the discussion on how to organize the integration of scholarly domains. Next slide. Yeah, and here you see clearly, there is clearly a role for supporting research infrastructures, of which the Clarin language resource infrastructure is an example. So I briefly guide you through what Clarin is, and not because I want to focus so much on Clarin, but because I think that in this realm of microscopic work on data, it is important to keep the disciplinary perspective in mind, because otherwise the research infrastructures and the investments in generic research infrastructures will focus too much on the generic aspects and less on the scholarly cultures that should be leading the whole development. So what is Clarin? Clarin is a research infrastructure for language data, language resources. It was established in 2012. The mission is to provide easy access and sustainable access for scholars in the humanities and social sciences. The digital language data that is given access to is supposed to be fair, and it exists. It's about the existing data sets in all formats: written, spoken, video, and multimodal. Clarin is also offering access to advanced tools, tools for the discovery of data, the exploration, the exploitation, annotation, analysis, and combination and chaining of data, irrespective of where they are located, because it's a distributed research infrastructure. It consists of over 60 centers, of which almost half have been certified, and they offer data in repositories that comply with the highest standards for interoperability. And the data that is given access to can be accessed through a single sign-on environment that is not only accessible for people from countries that have a membership in Clarin, but everybody can get an account. I will show you the link later on. Clarin is also a network that serves as an ecosystem for knowledge exchange, and in the context of Europe, it's relevant to mention that it has been integrated, or it is being integrated, some of the services in the European Open Science Cloud. Next slide, please. Yeah, here you see an overview of the countries that are involved in Clarin. And apart from a whole bunch of European countries, it might be interesting for you to know that we also have a center in the United States at Carnegie Mellon University, and the CEDHUL network of South Africa has joined Clarin and participates in the service offer through this single sign-on environment. Key is that the data is not sitting in one place, but is distributed, as the dots on the image here indicate. There is a model for federated login. So you can, on one place, get access to all the data, and if you have an institutional account, you get the login via your institute, but individual accounts are also possible. The whole model is based on interoperability, as I said before. It's a very important feature in the context of Clarin. Data that is interoperable can be harvested centrally, especially the metadata is being harvested. And that is the starting point for discoverability, which we do through the so-called Virtual Language Observatory. And there are a number of chain services that help you to couple data to the right tools. Next slide, please. Yeah, Clarin is, by the way of operating and the way and the philosophy behind it, a clear example of research infrastructures that follow the open science agenda. So it's promoting the sharing and reuse of language data through sustainable data registries. The data are available in open access. We adhere to the FAIR principles. The interoperability is key for the access of data, and for that purpose, there is this common metadata framework with FAIR data repositories. On top of that, we promote the studying of language from a comparative perspective. I'll get back to that later. Also, there's a lot of focus on multidisciplinarity, on collaboration, and on setting up new projects for studying certain data sets by multidisciplinary teams. There's also a lot of attention for responsible data science. Next slide, please. An important are the diversity issues that are being integrated in the open science agenda. So there is support for linguistic diversity. Currently, over more than 1,500 languages are on offer in this virtual language observatory. The tools, of course, not available for all those 1,500 languages, but they cover many languages. And the resources are available not just in textual format, but also as speech and multimodal data types. As part of the mission of all research infrastructure, the mission is to strengthen the support for researchers, both in the academic and in the non-academic realm. And it's not only about service offer, but it's also about training on how to use these services. There is also a contribution to the collaboration between research infrastructures in Europe and beyond. A very important one is the collaboration in the domain where social sciences and humanities can work together. In Europe, we are building a common marketplace, the SS Open Marketplace. And together with Daria, a research infrastructure that you may have heard about, we are running a course registry with courses that are relevant for people studying digital humanities or similar fields. We also promote and collaborate with the GLAM sector, and we try to promote the collaboration between academia and the GLAM sector, and there is collaboration with industry on AI issues and data science. Yeah, thank you. And machine translation, not to forget that one. Then on the next slide, you see another element of the diversity. So the data types cover everything and more on the left-hand side, so newspaper archives, literary text, parliamentary records, literary text, historical letters, broadcast archives, oral history data, social media data, language learner resources, and survey data. In Clarin, we have started an initiative that we call the Resource Families Initiatives because of the multilinguality. We see an enormous added value in making sure that all of these data types have harmonized metadata for the various languages in which they are available, because that is enabling a precondition and an enabling precondition for collaboration and comparison across the boundaries of countries and regions and languages. This diversity is then also reflected in the diversity in the communities of use. The digital humanities is in very important communities, but there's a lot more, as you can imagine. I won't read it out, but I think you've covered many of the interests of these communities in your in this week's events as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, I will have a special section on parliamentary records later on. Next slide, please. But I would like to underline what we see as the potential of this combination of very diverse multilingual data sets on the one hand, and very diverse user base. And that is related to the fact that language variation and multilinguality provide the basis for comparative research of societal and cultural phenomena that are reflected in language use. And if you accept that statement, then clearly text and speech data can be used as social and cultural data, and that can pave the way towards using digital data sets for the multidisciplinary studying of phenomena like migration patterns, intellectual history, language variation across period and region, dynamics in mental health conditions. So psychology is also part of the SSH domain. And again, parliamentary discourse. So if you take the data as a reflection of the phenomena, then through the studying of language data, you get somewhere. One slide about the Virtual Language Observatory, which is a context where you can do facet search. There are links to landing pages of data sets and download options and detailed information on licenses, etc. Next slide, please. In this interface instantiation, I have indicated that I wanted to see all the resources for the language that is known as Hausa. You know better than I do what language that is. In Clarin, there are currently over 200 resources that belong to that language. And so here you see the first page with the list of these 204 resources in that language. So I would encourage you to go to the Virtual Language Observatory to see if there's anything useful there for you in the language that you use as a basis for your studies. Next slide, please. Back again to the macroscopic perspective. So if all these phenomena in society and in culture are partly available, accessible, studyable through the language in which these phenomena and the dynamics for these phenomena are reflected, you get close to the microscopic perspective, but then specifically geared towards the social sciences and humanities. And you can see if you dwell a little bit on that topic, that the inherent complexity of the objects of SSH and digital humanities indeed call for tools that are able to handle complexity. So the dynamics in culture and society come at a range of speeds. Context is everything. The comparative perspective is key, both synchronically. Sorry, the comparative perspective is key, both synchronically and diachronically. The subject of studies in social sciences and digital humanities is often overlapping with the object, because people and people's behavior and people's way of thinking and communication are also part of what we are studying. So this is already bringing a lot of complexity for the field. And then language is actually a multiplier for that complexity, because there is multilinguality, there is layered semantics, and there is change over time, and you will be easily able to fill in the dots here at the end of the list. Next slide, please. So this brings a big need for infrastructural support and also for support without boundaries. So the concept that has been introduced in 2019, that of a global open science cloud might actually be very relevant for the social sciences and humanities and or the digital humanities. If they would be possible to design the structures and connections in such a way that they support the disciplinary dynamics and not just the generic part of cloud storage and cloud computing. The whole idea, as I said, was launched in 2019 for the first time, and the idea is that on every continent there could be a local open science cloud, so the European Open Science Cloud, but there's also the so-called African Open Science Platform, which is very well aligned with this idea of offering infrastructural support to scholars and researchers. Next slide, please. I'm not sure if it is a very familiar topic for the audience here, but you can read about this idea of the African Open Science Platform in the report that I cite here. There is a lot of similarity with the way this is being discussed in Europe. So it's a federated infrastructure. And it's meant to support the typical open science agenda goals and actions. And it comes with the idea that this can only work well if there is a network of excellence, so that people within the disciplines can play a role in transmitting this whole idea and concept and the need for funding, etc., in their communities. Next slide, please. In Europe, we have this European Open Science Cloud, which, in spite of many discussions and large amounts of funding, for many people is still a quite cloudy concept, because this isn't, of course, established overnight. An infrastructure with shareable resources, optimized access for researchers, and cost efficiency. But the interesting thing that was emerging in the past 2 years, next slide please, is that we now understand better that such a common cloud can only work well if it is actually a cloud of disciplinary clouds. And right now within Europe, we are trying to ensure that the existing facilities in the research infrastructure landscape will be taken as a starting point rather than as something that will be integrated in the end. And we call those disciplinary services thematic services. And within certain domains, there is a lot among certain domains, there's a lot of overlap and common interest and common traditions and common practices. And therefore, the work in these clusters of clouds has also taken off and is bringing a lot of perspective for the development of these larger clouds. For SSH, this is done in the project called SHOCK. And you see here various sub infrastructures from the humanities, and here a number of the social science domain, and together they work towards the SSH open marketplace. Next slide, please. Yeah, and as I said, such development should be based on collaboration and insights, and that already exists, and that of course also applies to cross-continental collaboration. And that's why I would like to point you again to the workshop that I also mentioned in the beginning, which will take place in 2 weeks' time. It's typically geared towards enhancement of the documentation, language documentation facilities. But of course, I'm very much aware of the fact that there are many initiatives that are getting shaped through collaboration between African nodes and nodes elsewhere in the world, specifically for NLP, for AI. A lot of things are happening, but as you know this much better than I do, I just wanted to show you this example. Next slide, please. So yes, as I said, the macroscopic perspective requires a lot of infrastructural support and also harmonization initiatives. And one of the data types in the domain of SSH for which this is crucial and can bring a lot of added value and a lot of impact is parliamentary data. And because I do think that the comparative perspective there can be easily explained, I wanted to go a bit more deep in this one case, so in order to make it a bit more concrete. So first of all, why is parliamentary data a relevant data type anyhow? Well, it's a data type that directly corresponds to the events and the dynamics with global impact on human health, social life, cultural life, and the economy. And in most contexts, the records of parliamentary debates and procedures are available in open access. So it is in a way low-hanging fruit if you want to start studying resources in a comparative perspective. So Clarin took the initiative to invest in harmonization of parliamentary data, to stimulate the harmonization of metadata, to improve the interoperability and discoverability. And currently, some 25 sources are available for download and for comparison. What an important step was the development of a common encoding standard for parliamentary data, which was based on community input that was gathered during a special workshop, and that included a very interesting set of recommendations stemming from the standard for parliamentary and legal data accomodoso, that is an African concept. So I suppose I don't need to explain that to you. It is a powerful standard, and elements of the recommendations from that domain have been taken on board in the Parla-Clarin standard that is now available with instruction on GitHub, etc. You will find it through the link, and I will share my slides afterwards. And we also organized a series of workshops around the adoption of that standard and the potential of collaboration. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then we were faced with the pandemic, and we realized that in the midst of the fight against the pandemic as a biomedical threat for humankind, lots of debates took place in parliaments all over the world about how to fight the pandemic with medicine and vaccines, but also about how to influence and steer the behavior of the world's population. And of course, this is very interesting material, first of all, for policymakers, but also for historians and people studying contemporary phenomena from the social sciences and cultural perspective. So we wanted to make sure that as many parliamentary collections that were recorded during the first period of the pandemic would become available in a harmonized form. So we started a special project on collecting parliamentary data on the COVID-19 dynamics. Next slide, please. So the project steps are very simple, very straightforward. First of all, collecting data in multiple and metadata, of course, in multiple languages, converting all that is there into this Parla-Clarin schema, a validation of the curation work, and then linguistic annotation with syntactic structures based on a number of pre-processes, and making the corpora available through concordances and something like Parlameter in order to allow knowledge extraction. Next slide, please. And we are now in the phase that we are adding data from even more parliaments. So at the beginning of this year, we had data sets for 15 parliaments, but we want to grow until we've reached the maximum, and I have no idea what figure that is. The part of the next phase, of the current phase, is also that we are building use cases, so based on collaboration across disciplines and regions and for multiple languages, and specifically with experts from political sciences and digital humanities. And of course, we would like to link this initiative with other similar initiatives, big or small. So if you are somehow working on this topic or would be able to contribute a data set from a region that we haven't covered yet, and I think you would be very capable of bringing that element in, please get in touch, because we might even be able to fund part of that work with the leftovers of our budget, because we are not traveling nowadays. So we are thinking of starting a new phase already in this year, in order to also cover or to combine this initiative with other initiatives in other regions. Next slide, please. Yeah, I will show you this slide later on again. It gives a number of links to the things that I discussed. So the Parliament project, the resource families initiatives, the European Open Science Cloud, or the way in which Clarin is connected to it. But that's for later. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, I would like to finish with this slide to once again underline that with the kind of complexity that is covered, for example, by parliamentary data, we see that with good support for the access to data resources, and for good support for interoperability of language resources, we could have an ambition to study all these data sets from the widest possible perspective, which is an infinitely lengthy process, and maybe even an ambition that is bigger than what we will be capable of. But it's very interesting to work on this, and I think that the digital humanities community is in an excellent position to contribute to this ambition. I think that's it for today. Thank you very much for your attention. You need a very good microphone if you want me to hear you. I don't hear you. I'm sorry.
Let's give her another round of applause, please. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Can you hear me?
Much, very good.
Oh,
thank
great.
you. Very good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for such an insightful and very detailed discussion on your project, and then on the big, huge structure or infrastructure you are sitting on. I know you are the director of Clarin, Eric, and then you have such a huge amount of data that scholars can have access to. We've listened to you, and it's quite an interesting talk. It has opened our eyes for many of our scholars who are here, hearing this for the first time, so they are aware of the huge resources that are available to them that they can access. And so I will allow them to talk, to ask questions, but before then, I put down something, but toward the end of your talk, you already indicated that you are willing to accept data from other parts of the world, from other regions, especially this new project you are talking about, the Parliament project. Okay, so I was going to ask you why you have not actually invited us to submit data from Nigerian Parliament. That we also have data that we can actually supply or can contribute to the project. But I'm happy that you mentioned that that actually those who are interested, they can actually get in touch with you and then contribute data. So I will allow them to ask their question, and then you give your response. How do you want to do it? You want to take the question one after the other, or you want us to have all the questions and you respond later on? Which one will you prefer?
One by one is for me the preferred option.
Oh, great. Okay, one by one is better. Okay, so can I have your hands up? You want to ask questions? You want to make any comments? Or you want to seek further clarification? Okay, number one. Number two, okay, any other person here? Number three, okay, another person? Another, okay, so let's start with these three questions, okay? You introduce yourself and then your university.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prof. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Okay. I am Patrick Sondeibi from Veritas University, Abuja. My question is this. I know that based on that parliamentary data that you just talked to us about, it will be based on the modernized system. Permit me to say the modernized system of parliament that we have now. Now, my mind just get to the fact that in Africa, before now, before this age, we used to have some institution that serves as legislator in our various African society. Now, is it possible now? I know that to get such data will be very difficult, but there are some communities that we can still get some of this data. So now that if some of us want to go back to this type of system and get this data, is there any training that some of us that wish to go towards this particular area can get, or is there any suggestion that you can make for some of us that wish to go to that area? Thank you.
Okay, basically training in the area of ethnographic data collection. Okay, trying to collect data from communities. So you would like to know, are there some specific training? Are there some tools or resources that you can suggest or provide or propose that can help young scholars who are willing to collect data from their community, from the local communities, maybe on
and
parliamentary discussion. Okay. Okay.
You're talking about parliamentary data.
Exactly. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Maybe I should underline one thing first. It was implicit in my talk, but as I said, the model of Clarin is we don't own any data. We harvest metadata and thereby give access. So that means that the data that we can give access to has to be in an open repository that is following the open access standards. So if you have a data set that you would like to be part of this initiative, we would have to, first of all, look for the opportunity to store the data in a repository. And typically people would love to have local data in their local context, especially if it's related to their cultural heritage. And I know that for many countries on the continent, it's not easy to maintain a repository in a sustainable manner. So this is something that we should try to solve before we invest in the curation and the digitization maybe of local data. And I know that there may be centers in Africa that are interested in playing a role for, let's call it, orphaned data sets. Not that they don't have owners, but data sets that cannot be harvested, that cannot be deposited in a local context. So if we can solve that, then it becomes meaningful to work towards standardization of the curation of your collections. If I would have an indication of what kind of volumes there are available and waiting for integration, we could start working on a continental solution for that. We would like to, we might be able to support that. We might be able to find a hosting institute that for especially parliamentary data would be interested in playing a role for these orphaned collections. And of course, the curation work also has to be done. Yeah, has to be done in a local context. But one of the links in my presentation points you to the work done in Parliament with an instruction on how to treat other collections that haven't been integrated yet. And I do think that the people that run the project are definitely willing to organize a special training session for people that haven't been able to follow the previous events and discussions and workshops on parliamentary data. So we could organize an online event.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a great one. Thank you very much. Now, before I actually allow the second person to ask his question. Now, you mentioned about the data now, and then you are talking about the volume of the data that you will want to be able to look into and then standardize or integrate. Can you give us an idea of the kind of volume you are talking about? What kind of volume can actually constitute the type of data, the data set that Clarin will be interested in? So that will guide researchers here to know if they are going out to collect data, they know the kind of data or the metadata, what they need to do, and the volume of the data they need to collect before that can be certified as the standard format that Clarin will be interested in.
Yeah, well, actually, I think parliamentary data is not necessarily high volume. It's the metadata and annotation that should be high quality. Of course, I would not anticipate that a lot of people would propose archives of over 100 years of parliamentary data. And of course, the video formats would make things more heavy, but normally there are transcriptions available. Sometimes there are even only transcriptions.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me allow the second person to ask the question. Okay, number 2. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, that second question has been answered while you are responding to my own interjection. Yeah. Number 3. Where is number 3? Shola?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Francisca. It's a pleasure meeting you again, though virtually this time around. My name is Oluwashola Aina from Crawford University, Nigeria. My question, part of my question has been answered on that parliamentary data. But the second question is on, I have an idea. Well, it's not my research area for now, but it's an idea that has been in my mind for some time, and I feel it's high time I bring it open. And it's about the language of of classroom education. The way I feel about especially science subjects being related to primary and secondary school levels at my locality in Nigeria here, I feel there are some technical terms, there are some scientific terms, if translated to the language of the environment, to a local language, for instance, the learners can relate better to it instead of teaching them what they cannot relate with, what they cannot even understand, and what they do is to just probably read, have some head knowledge, and when it's exam period, they pour the knowledge and that ends it. So if part of what you said here, in one of the slides that you have, you said clearing data types of and the communities of use. Part of it has to do with translation and lexicography. So I think I don't know if there could be any opportunity or any training to that effect that can help collate these technical terms in the science subjects, translate them to the language of the environment, the local language. Mm-hmm. Then when these subjects are taught, it's better taught in the local language that the public schools students can relate with, and it will foster better understanding so that as they move ahead in their educational pursuits, by the time they get into the university system, it will not be a problem relating to some more complex terms in that regard. I don't know if you have anything to offer for that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge. And I think I would like to transmit your question to the people in Clarion that have a lot of expertise on lexicographic work, translation, etc. They are there, and from then maybe organize a chat with you to figure out where your information need or where your resource need is very specific, or whether it's just a matter of choosing the right format to encode the knowledge that you have, because you seem to have the knowledge about which terms need to be translated into which other terms. And if you would then know how to encode that so that it could be harvested by Clarion, we could start a specific section in some repository to which you would then have access. I'm not sure which element in the whole chain of things that is needed is the actual obstacle or gap that needs to be solved. But it doesn't seem to be a very complex thing. So I would be interested in organizing that chat between you and a few of our experts to see if there is low-hanging fruit here that we can offer to you to help you solve this need. Is this somehow resonating the question that you just brought up? Please drop me a line on this.
My name is Oluwabumi Oyebode from Obafemi Awolowo University. My Nigeria, okay?
Okay, yeah.
I'm actually interested in the fact that your work also, your research base is concerned about data sets in political science. And I would like to know, beyond just, the lexical items, that is the linguistic items, is there any way your research or you have interest in other, other discourse areas whereby you have the combination of images and linguistic items in terms of how, politicians are framed during elections in Nigeria. I take, for example, we have 4 republics in Nigeria. We are in the 4th republic now, and we have had about 6 elections, presidential elections so far. And per election in Nigeria, we have slogans. There used to be a slogan that these parties, different parties, we work with, to as the selling points during the period. Okay, and each of the adverts, political adverts that are designed, are always tailored. The politicians are framed, in that line to project, to woo the electorate. So is there any way we can look at the data set across the 6 elections, combining linguistic elements and the images that are used, that is the frames and the linguistic elements? I wouldn't know if there's any way you can advise me as regards how to go about that kind of research.
It's a very interesting question. And I do think that if you have the data, for these 6 periods, it should be possible to extract the framings and to compare them over time. And I do know if you don't have those people here on your side in Nigeria, I know that there are a few political study experts that would be very interested in this type of research question. Actually, you were asking about the coupling between speech and video in the beginning, and that seems to be a topic for which maybe Lauren Tilton could advise you, the previous speaker. But if you could summarize your research question, I could forward it to a few experts I think in Germany and Austria that are working on parliamentary data and that are interested in issues such as in framing or differences between modes of speaking between people from opposition and people from coalition, etc., etc. So they do study all those various aspects of parliamentary discourse. and maybe what you are referring to is a bit more ambitious in the sense that the framing partly takes place in the media, so it would require coupling of parliamentary data with media data sets or newspapers, social media, even. But it is definitely part of the ambition.
Okay, thank you very much. I think she will send you a note to discuss her research question with you, and I'm sure that you'll be able to provide some form of answers or direction. Thank you so much for being with us and all that you have shared with us. But before we allow you to go, I want to find out from you, because you mentioned repository over and over again in the course of your talk. And for many of us here, we'll be interested in how can we set up digital repository in Africa, in our institution, and how will clearing area be able to help to support the setting up of repository in some of the centers. For instance, we have our center in Lagos. We are thinking of actually expanding some of the things we are doing in Lagos to other parts of the country, and to our colleagues from the sub-region. So we have scholars from Mali, we have scholars from Cameroon, we have scholars from Ghana, we have scholars from Ivory Coast. Yeah, so they are all here, and so they will be interested in how can they also be able to replicate what we are doing in Lagos, and how can Clarin assist in pursuing this kind of opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, we do have in our network a party that has developed a package that can allow you with a few days of work to set up a repository. It's the people from Prague, the Czech Republic, that have developed this. This could be shared with you. And then, of course, they would be, I think, happy to also provide some training and assistance in getting things up and running. Of course, you need to be connected to a network. I suppose this is not always trivial, but especially it may not be easy to do it in a stable manner. But I think that as soon as the pandemic is over, people would even be interested in traveling to Africa to arrange such a thing, to do the training locally. The other way around could also maybe be done, but less efficient, I think.
Thank you very much. We are going to actually be depending on you to be able to make the connection and to provide the collaboration link that can be of help to us in Africa, so that we can also begin to see how we can develop this repository. So we really thank you for
thank you
what you have shared with us.
And Tunde, I would love to have a follow-up talk with you and the colleagues that you think could inform us about how things are currently arranged in your country and other African countries. But it would be nice to hear more about the emergence of this African Open Science Platform or other initiatives that could maybe even in the longer run benefit from some European funding. Because I do know that infrastructural funds are available for collaboration between Europe and, for example, radio astronomy. And if we would create a smart narrative arguing that the kind of resources that we are talking about are as important. It would require less money. So sometimes that's a problem rather than an advantage. But if we could somehow unite forces and convince crucial people that collaboration on the African continent could be fueled by the model that we have in Europe, then maybe also there would be funding.
Well,
But
thank you
that's
so
a
much.
separate
for that.
discussion.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Definitely, I will get across to you, and we're going to have that formal discussion, and we're able to share the benefit of that with all our colleagues from Nigeria and Africa. So we want to thank you once again. Please, shall we just give another round of applause? So we are in principle, we already have the support of Clarin. So we are hoping that we can begin to expand the scope of what we are doing, and then we benefit more. So Francisca, we thank you so much for having spent this time with us and sharing all these opportunities with us. And we are hoping that we can take advantage of those opportunities to expand DH work in Africa, and then to develop community of practice in Africa. Thank you so much. We appreciate your talk. We wish you all the best as we continue to collaborate with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tunde. Thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure to prepare this, and I wish you all the best of luck with the continuing of the program here.
All right. I can see Ovind is already online, waiting to take the next session. Ovind, you're welcome. Thank you. All right. Yes, it's almost 6 o'clock. Ovind, I hope. What about Dan? Is Dan also online with you?
No, he is.
Dan is also online.
He is a few thousand kilometers away, but he sent an email a few minutes ago.
Ovind, what do you suggest? Do we go ahead with you only handling this session, or we wait for Dan?
We wait for Dan. Do you hear me?
This session, we want to, if you look at the topic of this session, it's a bit more practical. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we've been taking in so much of theory, and I'm happy that a few of us were already in groups and then developing our project ideas. So we have with us this evening 2 expert, experienced researchers and award winner or grant winners in digital humanities. Ovind is the immediate chair, the immediate past chair of European Association of Digital Humanities. Is the co-convener of this program. I'm sure you've seen that over and over again. So that's Ovind. Please let's welcome Ovind. Okay. So while we are waiting for you, so they will begin to talk about their project, and then once Dan comes online, we can now start formally. Okay, so Ovind will be hanging on while we wait for Dan. So they are going to be telling us and sharing their experience with us. Now, we hope that after this summer school, you go back to your institutions and you begin to implement all that you have learned. We don't just want to come back again or, again to start the theory all over again. Remember the very first talk, the very first presentation by Professor Chibaka to challenge us. There's not just talking, enough of talking. It's time for action. Okay, so that's why we've asked you to come up with your project ideas and see how we can begin to implement that. You see, it's very simple. Just one day at a time, one step, and then before you know it, you're already getting funded. We all started just like this, okay? And so I believe that as they share their experience with us, how you can create and sustain funded digital humanity research projects. So they are going to be sharing their experience with us, and then so that you listen very carefully and closely, and you begin to take down your point and begin to see how you incubate these ideas, and then you begin to implement them. And before you know it, start from a very small project. Before you know it, you're also becoming an expert. If you listen to Professor Robert Fuchs, I wouldn't know how many of us listen very carefully. That project for me is very profound, because if focus is talk on the project they are doing in Nigeria, and different areas of research that you can work on. Okay, newspaper collection and what other things? What other things did you mention? Okay, how you can build language databases, how you can different genres of you know, political discourse, legal discourse. These are various areas you can work on. Okay, somebody mentioned about, you know, classroom instruction. That's an area of data collection that you can also work on. And so please, we want to, before you leave this place, you come up with a project idea, and you can share with them, and they can throw more light on how you can go about, you know, executing that project and how you can actually get funded. Interestingly, Francisca just mentioned that the European Union, they actually have some form of funding that they can throw in to support our project. But it depends on your project. It depends on the idea you are coming up with. Oh, okay, Dan. Oh, great to see you. Dan is online too. Okay, Dan is from Canada, University of Lethbridge. Again, let me say that Dan, these are people that actually brought me into DH Global Community. I remember that I also went to present a paper. That was University of Calgary in Canada. That was 2016. And Dan was the chair of that panel. And since that time, we got bonded. You know, very always willing. And it was the first to come to Nigeria, apart from Ovin, that was there in 2017 for the Humboldt colleague as the keynote speaker. Then Dan came in 2018 for the first summer school in digital, and he sponsored himself. He came on his own, you know. So that's the kind of spirit that we have in DH community, and that's the kind of thing you are selfless. You are willing to give out. You are willing to help other people. And I mean, their little contribution here and there has brought us to where we are today. Without their support, I mean, there's no way we can organize this kind of forum. So I must thank them so profoundly, Dan and Ovin. Thank you so much for all your support over these years. And we hope that you can continue to support us. These are young scholars. We are hoping that very soon some of us will begin to retire. And then we are not tired, but so they can take over and then, you know, run faster than what we can do. So we'll allow Ovin and Dan to now take this session. And so as you listen to our younger colleagues, they will share their idea with you, and then you can begin to advise them. But first of all, we'll listen to you as you make your presentation. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm hearing my echo. Which I can live with. The question is, do you hear me? Can somebody jump up and down or wave their hands, or yes? That is a sign that I'm heard. That's good. So we actually are to a large extent here to hear and discuss. I think the first thing we should do maybe is to say a few words, each of us, why we think we might be here. And I don't know, Dan, maybe you can start and say, why do you think you're invited to talk about things like this?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, let me say, seeing you in the room there, I so miss being in Lagos. The university building is one of my favorite university buildings. I just love the interior courtyard, and seeing you all in that computer lab, which I've taught in for several years, makes me really jealous of you guys being there, and how much I miss being there. I think that what I was, as Oyvind and I were putting this together, what we thought that I would do is talk a little bit about some of my experiences working at a global scale on projects. And what I thought I would do is show you a list of the experiences I've done, not because that, you know, you're always a little bit worried, am I being narcissistic by doing this? But the main reason for doing this is to pick up on what Tunde said who is also extremely experienced in this kind of thing, to show you the range of experiences that I've had, and then to talk a little bit about them very briefly in terms of some things that I've learned over the years about how you get from having an idea, knowing a couple of people, to ending up with a funded project. So I'm just going to share my screen now. And then I'll just walk through this in a second. Let me, hold on a second. Sorry, I'm going to do that again. I apologize. This is my second time using this this program. So yes. Okay, with a bit of luck, you're seeing then really what is just a CV slide in essence. And it's listing a number of projects that I've worked on. I'm going to tell you just very briefly about a couple of them because I think that they're models for the kind of thing that somebody beginning can do as you're starting out, even as a graduate student. My first international experience in leading a project was Digital Medievalist, which is a community of practice that we set up in 2003. We did get funding for it a couple of years later, but the basic idea was to set up essentially a mailing list that connected people who were interested in the use of computers and medieval studies. I was chair of the text encoding initiative. That's, I think, where I met Oyvind probably for about 6 or 7 years when we were finishing off the current guidelines of the TEI. The Canadian Society for Digital Humanities is the National Digital Humanities Society. Some of you I know from GoDH, Global Outlook Digital Humanities, which is an organization that we set up along the lines of Digital Medievalist in 2012. I'm not as connected to it anymore in any kind of leadership capacity, but I met Tunde, I believe, through that form. The Lethbridge Journal Incubator is a publishing house that I've set up that's much more internal, except it has connections internationally. I'm still active at Force 11, which is a global organization on open science. I've just stepped down as president, I think last year there. I was president for a while. And one of the things that I did there was establish the Force 11 Scholarly Communications Institute from about 2016 on. And some of you may have attended that because we did get some very nice grant funding for that to support people. And I know quite a number of people from West Africa were able to come. And then I've been involved for years in a more typical research project, the Visionary Cross Project from 2012 on. And the reason why I'm putting these up here is just to talk about the funding and how they work. So Digital Medievalist probably had about maybe $25,000 Canadian in funding over its life, but we didn't get the funding until the second or third year. That was Canadian funding. The Text Encoding Initiative has been funded by a variety of different organizations, mostly through institutions. Scholarly societies, you know, they get funded by conferences money. GoDH, I used basically a small amount of money that I was able to get inside the university, $1,000 or so. And what we did with that was we offered a prize for essays. That was the only money we spent on that. The Journal Incubator, again, some internal money. Force 11, we've got different monies, but that's quite a different organization because it gets things from various different disciplines. And then FISCI and the Visionary Cross were both funded by money from our national granting agency. Now's the bit that I want to talk about, though, with these, because the way I've presented this, it sounds like, oh, here's a whole bunch of international organizations. But in fact, most of them are not. Digital Medievalist is a mailing list, as is GoDH. And basically, although they've been able to, and then we were able to use those two mailing lists to get the money to set up FISCI and the Force 11 stuff, and to pay for the scholarships. And in fact, we used that money also for the first Lagos Digital Humanities Summer School. And the really, really important thing here, I'm just going to switch to my next slide, is that they were networks that produced the grant money rather than grants where we then, produced a network. In each case, what we've done is we made sure we had people who knew us, and we set up the mailing lists, and we got to know people. And then when we applied for grant funding, we were able to point to the great people that we had on the network. And I think that that's something that's particularly relevant for students and faculty coming out of West Africa, because it's not always the case that you have access to easy local money, but if you're part of a network, you can have access to national money elsewhere. And I'm sure Oyvind will mention something about that as well. So we were in both cases, Tunde and me, in the case of the first Digital Humanities Summer School, and Oyvind, I guess, and Tunde in the case of the second, were able to go to different organizations because we had the network already in place. So my first piece of advice is build networks and then apply, and then look around to see where you can get funding. You should apply. I recently was talking to somebody on campus here, and I probably apply for 3 or 4 times as many grants as I ever get. And earlier in my career, it was 10 to 1 at least. So you should never be discouraged. My wife has recently gone through 3 years of not getting grants, and then this year, all of a sudden, she's got 3. You just have to apply and apply and apply and apply. And then the last piece of advice that I have to everybody, and this is tied to building those networks, is that grants are stories. And what you're really showing the committee is that you understand how to write a grant and what the system and how the system works. And especially, I think, again, coming out of Africa, especially if you're applying to agencies in the North, in Canada or North America, the greatest weakness that I've ever seen in grants coming out of Africa is when people haven't been able to situate themselves to demonstrate that they understand both systems. Tunde is amazing at this. Whenever you work on something with Tunde about writing a grant, and I remember we were applying for something up here. I don't know how it is when he applies for a grant in Germany, but when he applies for a grant in Canada, he sounds like a Canadian. And the way that we've worked that is, we built the networks, and then we're really trying to demonstrate that we fit into the system that's there. Oyvind, you were going to talk about how to do some more planning rather than this broader advice, I believe.
Yes, I want to say a few words about what you could say is, Dan, can you mute yourself?
Oh, yep.
Because once you muted yourself, I can then start saying things which is partly agreeing with you and partly contradicting you. Now, I would say it's important to understand the context of what we're doing. And when you asked about Tunde's ability to apply for money in Germany, we applied for 2 summer schools and we got funding for both. So 100% success rate is not too bad. So I would say that is what matters. I want to tell a short story. We were working in a scholarly standard organization, and we repeatedly tried to fund for a project to continue our work in a specific direction. We applied 2 or 3 times. We spent a lot of time on the applications. We failed every time. We were either too early, too late, or on the side of what was fundable within the systems we could apply for funding at the time. We decided at that time to stop writing applications and use the time we spent on writing applications to do work instead, and then come back and write applications again. So I think it's an important point to take a step back and say, what do you want to do? And what are your resources? And in settings where there are few computers, there might be a lot of human resources. In settings in countries like where I grew up, there might not be easy to get money for human resources, but they are often possible to get equipment. In other settings, you have other advantages. But the point is, look into your resources, personal resources, work resources, and then, do I need additional resources? And if you need additional resources, how can I get them? I mean, this is very banal, but I'm just trying to take this kind of step-by-step process, because once you have decided you need additional resources, then you need to find out who are willing to pay for me. And in order to find out who is willing to pay for you, you have to consider, why would anyone pay for me? Why would anyone choose to fund me? We usually believe in our own projects. I'll come back to cases where that is not the case, which is quite interesting. So if we believe in a project, is this something that a private company would be willing to fund? Are there reasons for a private company? It could be to grow the glory of the company, so advertisement. Is that okay? Is that not okay? In my sense, it depends on the situation. There are telecom companies in Nigeria. There are other companies that could be a funder. What we usually do in universities is apply for public funding, governmental funding, trusts, all sorts of organizations. And these can be national or international. And it comes back to what Dan was talking about. How can we build up these things? How can we make a project? But to me, it's important to go back again to Professor Chibaka on Sunday. It's about empowering ourselves. It's about learning things. It's about knowing how to do it. And I think just learning about funding opportunities is really hard work, and it takes a lot of time. And I think in a group, in an organization, in a university, in a center, or in just a group of colleagues working together, not everybody has to do it, but somebody has to do it. And the second thing, which Dan also talked about, is learning how to write a proposal. That is also hard work. And often you have to look not only on the call text, but you have to analyze the institution, the group that are handing out money. Why are they handing out money? In the European context, a lot of money was handed out in order to build Europe as a concept, in order to transform Europe from a number of competing, historically fighting countries into some common idea. We might like this, we might dislike it, we might agree, we might disagree, but if we want money from people, we have to agree enough to not feel too bad by applying or receiving money. And then we have to understand, why are they handing out money? So we need this kind of realism, but given the 1 to 10 results we heard about, which can be even worse, we cannot be too realistic. We also have to be brave and try things that are unlikely to work. If 1 out of 20 get the funding, that's not the problem for you if you are that one person or that one group. But of course, it might also be a reason to be careful. So for me, the main question is, why would anybody fund you? You have to believe in it, but you also have to make other people believe. And making other people believe is, again, as Dan said, this is about storytelling. And it's about storytelling targeted at some very specific calls. And last word before we go into the more interactive phase, at least from my side, is you all know the feeling of going to an examination and realizing a few hours later that you did everything right except for reading the exercise. And many of us have seen that as teachers too. Students who wrote a great examination paper, except for the fact that they didn't read the exercise, so they answered to something else from what they were asked to answer. And this happens in research applications too. Everybody who have evaluated them know. So read and understand your task. That's important.
Could I pick up just something you said there, Oyvind, before we go to discussion? And we're getting an echo, so perhaps the mic's on in the computer lab. Oyvind made a really good point about paying attention to what the organization wants. And I learned a tip early on that I use all the time. And that is, take a look at the grant call, and you take all the keywords, and then you write them in your Word document. And then you fill in the sentences between those keywords. And so I often now start with the grant call, and I write out, it's supposed to be a partnership. It's supposed to focus on building capacity. And so my document will start with partnership, building capacity, and have those words in it. And then I just use those, and I build the story around that. And then when I finish, I do the same thing. I take the call, and I take my version, and I highlight all the keywords, and then I make sure I'm using those keywords in the grant application. But there's one other thing that I wanted to mention, and you were talking about it, Oyvind, which I think is very real. Why should somebody hire you or pay for you? And I think that coming from Africa, you actually have something, a reason why that is. And if you're able to realize that in the correct way, Is the mute on? Coming from, okay, good. Are you able to hear me still? Oh, there's the view. Yeah. Coming from Africa, a lot of northern funding agencies are very interested in north-south collaboration. And so your presence on the grant is often a reason why a grant is very competitive. And so understanding that your experiences are of great interest to northern agencies can be really useful and encouraging, because often when I'm dealing with people working out of Africa, they feel that they're the poor partner in the collaboration. Whereas in many ways, that's not at all true. The real interest is actually in your experiences and how you can do this. And some of the most exciting projects I've been on lately have been exciting because of that African presence. And maybe I'll mute now.
So what I would want to do now is to look at the pad where people entered projects, and I would suggest that first we open a short round for general questions, and then we basically just start with the first project, and then we can have it presented in a few words, and then we can discuss it. So before we start with the listed projects, are there any clarification questions or comments people want to give?
Any question? Well, let me seize this opportunity once again to I want to thank once again O'Donnell and say that I missed you. We were expecting that you were going to come. We're hoping you were going to come. And I just have one request, that out of the 3 grants your wife won, 1 is mine. Professor Ovind, the fine is still waiting for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Even though it's easier said than done, I've been thinking seriously, based on the encouragement I've received from you, Ovid, and from Professor O'Donnell too. I've been thinking. And when we talk about building archives, like Professor Okwe Davis mentioned at the beginning, you have newspaper cuttings. Hello? Okay? Because, for instance, there's something I'm doing already on domestic violence. And in looking at domestic violence, because it has become a very big issue, especially during the COVID-19 lockdown. In fact, it was reported that during that period of 3 months, there were 7,980 domestic violence. Now, yes, in Nigeria, that's the figure the police gave. Now, I want to do an archive. I want to have an archive of that, and I want to try and, because I just think of writing, but now I want to now digitalize it and make it something archival. How do I go about it? I'm abusing my office by asking the first question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for the invitation, being allowed to be here and talk to you, and being allowed to pay a fine the next time I come, because I didn't come this time. I did hear you, of course. Hopefully not too long. I think it's a very difficult and it's a very complex theme. And it's for the contents of it, it's way beyond my area of competence to work scholarly on it, clearly. There have been a number of projects which have been connected to people and institutions I worked with on historical law documents and historical legal situations, and I also worked a bit with that. But contemporary material such as this, I have never worked with. And I think how to do the project is several questions at the same time. One of the questions is, how could it be possible to do something like that, and who could do it? And I think it also connects to, are the data available? Can the data be legally used? Can you do research on data connect to, for instance, ongoing court cases where the court decision is not yet made? These are questions I don't know surely how could be answered even in Germany. I know there are databases and people are working on this, and surely not in Nigeria. But I think one of the arguments for getting a project funded, which doesn't always work, but sometimes it does, is that this project has severe society level importance. And if any project would have that kind of a mark on it, to put it that way, it would be projects such as this. And I would assume that it would be multidisciplinary, include people with legal background, medical background, perhaps gender studies, and other areas. But I think also these things are these are the kind of projects where people in the humanities are important. And I also think it connects to some of the other projects I see already on the list, also on the list here, but also projects I have seen in, for instance, the conference I was in Lagos, which connects to how these things are handled in literature and how these things are handled also in social media, which is arguably also a form of literature. So I'm afraid this was a very unspecific and not very directional answer, but for this specific question, it was the best I could do. You have anything to add, Dan?
Yeah. This is an area where I would say, especially in response to COVID, there's a lot of short-term grants going, but there's also a lot of people are applying for those grants. I hope I'm allowed to mention this, but Tunde and I, for example, were on one project where we tried to get funding to look at some discourse to do with COVID, and didn't get it. I had a different one where we did the same thing, and I'm running a grant right now for Sloan on looking at how open science training is happening in COVID, and I'm aware of a lot of grants to do with education in COVID. Including a few at my university. To look at domestic violence, I think you would really want an interdisciplinary team for that, because I could see that being very interesting to have a humanities component and a sociological component and a criminological component. That's where what I was saying, I think as a rule, is I really recommend that you try to build the networks of your friends and your people, and then look for the ways that the projects can come out of that at the other end. I'm seeing in the chat here a lot of discussion about things like building a dictionary, looking at various kinds of discourse and those kind of things. I think the history of even the Lagos Digital Humanities group shows that if you have a group of people who are working on topics, you can snowball that by building out of it. If you come from nothing and you say, I want to do a project on X, and it's not tied to any other people or any other group, that's a much harder sell than if you say, I'm part of this group that has done this work and this work and this work, and this is an extension of that. Always with grants, you have to realize that the answer could be no, because the work that that we proposed earlier this year was clearly an extension of the work that I was doing in terms of digital humanities internationally, and particularly also collaborations between Canada and West Africa and discourse analysis, and it just didn't work. There's nothing you can do. What I do, I have another tip for this also. So my main tip for your particular project is it possible to tie it either to previous work that you've done or to interdisciplinary groups of people, ideally that you've worked with before, but if not, that might be exciting. And then I would say there's a fair bit of COVID money floating around for this kind of thing. And the issue of domestic violence, particularly, I'm in the process of trying to improve my French again for something in Canada, and I'm reading the Quebec newspapers every day. It's a major issue in Quebec, for example. And I'm sure that'll be true in Europe and North America. So some kind of comparative thing might be really useful in an interdisciplinary thing for that. Last thing I'd mention is there was an article I just read yesterday about to show how you can do this kind of thing. It's not COVID related, but there was just a project that got
Hello, Professor Donnell, can you hear me?
Yep. Yep.
We lost you somewhere along the line. We lost you somewhere along the line. We couldn't
All that
hear
lost
you
wisdom.
somewhere.
All that lost wisdom.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, the main takeaway was collaborate with people.
The main takeaway was collaborate with people.
And there is COVID money available.
Sorry, I just want to.
And there is COVID money available.
Sorry, Prof. and Ovind. For the ombuds, do you come in with a collaborative research for the ombuds grant? I think it's a standalone kind of research grant that you apply for. Can you apply collaboratively for ombuds? Is that possible? I don't think so.
I don't know. I never applied for Humboldt. The only thing I know about it is the possibility to get professorships as Humboldt professors, but that is a different thing. So for the Humboldt, I know there are several people in Lagos who previously have received such grants, so they will probably know more. And I think this is also an interesting thing, that even for the German funding systems, whenever I see a new possible funding line, I ask somebody about it, because I don't even know 1% of the possible fundings that are possible to apply for. There are people in universities who has as their full-time job to follow up on these things. And even they don't know everything. So I think that is also an important thing, that once you get into a specific program, talking to somebody who knows about it, maybe somebody who got a grant from them before, and then start looking into web pages, and contacting people in funding agencies is often very useful as well. They're often more than willing to talk to people who want to apply.
Something else that Oyvind said that I think is worth paying attention to, as I'm looking at these proposals and ideas in the window, is that you can use the work. Oyvind had said sometimes it's a good idea to step back and look at what you're doing and then apply for the funding. And I think that's completely true. As I'm looking at these projects, there are many of these that I know of, international projects that are on similar type ideas. And I would say that the route is to get to know those people. Now, it's the nature of the kind of grants that I've done over my career, which is why I showed you that slide, have all been particularly collaborative. And so the kind of grant that I apply for tends to be network grants. There are other people who apply for, my wife, for example, who applies for just straight up research grants on a topic. And that's a very different thing. Then you're saying, I'm going to be doing this project. She actually is a dictionary maker, and I'm going to be applying to fund this dictionary. And that's a very different project. Then you have to prove that you know what you're doing and that you've got an interesting topic. But as I look at these, mapping human trafficking discourse in sub-Saharan Africa, I know of several projects that are about human trafficking. I don't think that they have a discourse angle. Nollywood film, English films, and socio-phonological. I'm not sure that I know of any that are working specifically on linguistics aspects of this, but I do know of several comparative projects on that. Documentation and building a dictionary of endangered sign language in Côte d'Ivoire. Again, those are projects that can be extremely exciting to people. But in every case, and there's many others here, the ones I've chosen are just the ones my eye happens to fall upon. But what I'm seeing is that these are extremely interesting projects. At least in my history, in every single case, I've not got the grant. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's usually the case that I don't get the grant right away. And I then work on the project so that I've developed more people. And sometimes you end up, as you're talking about it, it turns out that the project is not actually going to be about socio-phonological studies, but that somebody else who's working on, maybe Bollywood or Hollywood, and then you end up working together on a project that includes your grant or your interest as part of that. And if the most common thing that I see when students from Nigeria come to me and talk about their projects and the things that they want to do is that they're almost jumping too fast into expecting the grant to be there, in that they're coming essentially on their own, without having built the groundwork of, I'm part of an organization and I sound like I really am attached to a group of scholars. But I think especially when you're coming and you want to be applying to other countries' funding agencies, which I think is really the route for many people in West Africa to go, you want to do the work of find out the people who are working in this area and share your work with them, not looking necessarily for the grant yet, but looking for the connections. Because in many cases, they may even be able to supply resources, labor, connections before you've applied for a grant. And then you're much farther along because you're already wired into a group of people. So as I'm looking at these projects here, my advice to almost every single one of them, if you haven't already done this, is look for people working on the same topic. And by same topic, I mean human trafficking. Maybe not sub-Saharan Africa, maybe somewhere else. Or cultural heritage. Data and cultural heritage right now is a huge topic. Linked open data and cultural heritage is a massive topic. Endangered language dictionaries is a massive topic. Twitter work, all sorts of stuff, big data on that. And COVID-19, of course, ton of it is going on. And so in every single case, I would say, if you haven't already done this, try to find the people who are working on the same topic, maybe on a different subject country or a different subject discourse, and start communicating with those people, not because you want to apply for a grant with them right away, but because you want to know them better. And the reason why you want to know them better is that's how you end up in the correct discourse, understanding the way that people are pitching the projects. Because when I've seen grants that don't do that, I serve on a lot of grant committees, and you can always tell the grants that haven't done that work because they're not in the right rhetorical space. So that would be my advice. So almost all of these grants are on very hot topics. So try to wire yourself into the larger community. And then once you know who's in the larger community, it's much, much easier to write the grants.
It's really nice to see that what you are saying is actually happening as we're speaking in the discussion part of the pad. And I would encourage all of you also to continue working on that as part of the fact that you're together from different countries in Lagos, talking over dinner, talking about these things, seeing what kind of connections there are. I think in order to be a bit concrete, I would be very happy if we can just go through projects from the first one, and then just one of the people who wrote it in can just say a few words about what they want to accomplish, and then we can also see possibilities of networking and other things. So I would suggest to start with the Digital Culture and Heritage Group project, mapping pre-colonial heroine, so war. Sorry about my pronunciation. I'm surely not mother tongue English, in West Africa. And here a few words about what do you want to accomplish with this project? What kind of time period are we talking about? And whatever else you have to say based on the stage you are in the planning.
Thank you. A round of applause for them. Now, one more question, then you can. One more question, then you can now discuss your work also with them. One more question from their presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, professors. I know one of the things that this digitization or documentation can help us is to quench religious crisis and the likes. And from my own background, I'm thinking that one of the areas that are poorly documented in Africa is religious and environmental crisis. I don't know whether when we're talking about funding, I don't know the kind of training people who would wish to go into the field can have, or is it just part of the funding? What are there specific training you can recommend for people who wish to go into documenting religious issues and religious crises? Thank you.
Did you get that question?
Yes, I am thinking.
Did you get that question?
Yes. So, from my perspective, of course, I think the basis of doing any kind of project.
Suggestion might also work there.
So, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Did you get the question?
Yes.
Professor O'Donnell, did you get the question?
I got the question. Do you hear me talking? It seems like you might not be hearing the fact.
Unmute yourself.
I am talking and I have my
Hello,
microphone
Professor
on, so there might be a technical issue with the
yourself.
switching here.
Can you unmute your device?
I am unmuted. I am
unmute your
unmuted.
device, please.
So if I cannot be
We can't
heard,
hear
somebody
you,
else
please.
must have muted me. Is it better now?
Okay.
Is it better now? Yes.
Yes. I'm asking whether you got
I got
the
the question, and I have been
I got the question.
thinking and trying to see what to say. I think for any kind of discipline, it's really important that the group who applies for funding includes people with a strong competence in the area. So in this case, religious studies, theology, other relevant topics. It could be sociology, it could be history, even literary studies and other things. But I also think that if we are applying for a project, especially a research project, the group also will consist of people who want to learn something and want to understand something new. And I think that means that it's always important to have a group of people, especially if it's something with a project with more participants and maybe more than one funded person, to have a project group where people are at different stages. So somebody might do a PhD as part of this project and then having a bachelor master education in a relevant area. Somebody might already be professor level, but still wants to continue research in this area. And also students at bachelor and master level can be included. Often then in more working on data, for instance, data coding, data, adding data, these kinds of things. I also think that what is important was the things that have been mentioned a number of times, for instance, connected to lexicography and linguistic data on Tuesday, is of course that things has to be stored and long-term preserved, and we have to take care of the data we create and our results also beyond publications. But I think the important thing is we talked a lot about competencies for how to write applications, to understand fundings and all these things. But of course, we also need to know things about the topic we're working on. And I think maybe that was one of the things we might not even have said explicitly, but I think it's extremely important. Anything to add, Dan?
Yeah, I think the other thing to keep in mind is that the competition is incredible. It's very, very tough. And so, in most funding agencies, on the committees that I've been on, the people that get grants and the people that are not getting grants have written very strong applications. In fact, internationally in the study of granting, There's been many proposals because the proposals are so strong. There's been various proposals. Maybe we should just do it by lottery. There was a proposal in the Netherlands for that. They are very strong. And so what that means is you won't have a chance if there's mistakes, if you don't have a good bibliography, if you really don't, if you don't know the field enough that you could write, you know, just a sort of personable introduction, you won't get funded. If your grant is perfect, you probably won't get funded anyway. But if your grant's not perfect, you absolutely won't get funded. And so the number one piece of advice that I have to people when I'm sitting on these panels and I see the grants coming in is you need to know the material and you need to make sure that everything makes sense and is being very carefully proofread. That's where this issue about it's not an article comes in, though, because the opposite mistake that people make then is that they think, okay, I need to write an article and, you know, I need to carefully prove every point as I'm saying it. What people are actually looking for is the word that Oyvind used, I think, which is competencies. They're really looking to see, are you well integrated into the field? And I think that that's, especially if you're applying outside of your country, that's the hardest thing for somebody to do, because I know how to apply to a Canadian agency and to a lesser degree to an American agency. I'm not going to do as well applying to Europe or applying to the UK. And that's going to be true of you as well. And so, you know, the big challenge is making sure that you sound like you know what you're talking about and in the way that they expect. That's the other reason for having networks, because your networks can help you read your documents and say, this isn't sounding right. And, you know, I don't remember if Tunde remembers the very first time we wrote a grant together. We spent a lot of time on that where, you know, he would send me a draft and I'd go through saying, that's not the way we would say that. And we ended up, you know, I can't remember now if we got that grant or not, but we ended up sounding, I thought, like we really understood the field. But that's what I would say is by far the biggest issue. And given the competition, you simply are not going to get funded unless you sound like you know what you're doing and you've been very careful. Do we have any additional things that we should pick up? We've only got a few minutes.
I would suggest that if any of the projects that are listed in the pad would want to shortly present their project idea, and we can then maybe have a bit of a discussion on either of these projects more concretely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So what we want to do now, in view of our time, those of us who are bold enough to discuss what we are working on with them. So, hello, okay. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Titilaya Adebayo. Thank you. I'm writing on spatial pattern in Nigerian theater development. And I've been looking at, I've been doing a comparative analysis of the Nigerian National Theater and the Bulgarian Palace of Culture and Sports. I've been doing this for a while now, and I believe I'm using Henry Lavell's social space theory, which has to do with looking at the geographical attributes and the physical attributes and the non-physical attributes of my subject of study. And I intentionally try to use the theory because I felt there is a need to do something much more presentational about theater development in Nigeria, which over the years has been confined to looking at the physical structure of the theaters in Nigeria. Nobody has really looked at the geographical attributes and tried to link it to Nigerian national identity. For me, this opportunity of digital humanity presents me with an opportunity to do that. I'm still a bit lost. I've been speaking with some people who had a little bit more idea about, you know, using QGIS, and you know, there are some complications. Like, it's exactly what I've been looking for. And I'm hoping before I present my final analysis, I will be able to use the knowledge here to present something concrete. So I'm very, very excited about this, this summer school. But I really, really hope I'll be able to do this within the next 1 month through collaboration. So I'm looking at how you can help me, and maybe some of the people that are more knowledgeable in using geo-mapping and some other things, so that I'll be able to achieve my aim, because something like that has never been done with regard to Nigerian theater development. So I think that's what I really like to talk about. So I would like direction on how it can be done in the shortest possible time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. This is something I was lucky now. Thank you really for the question, because this is something I actually have worked on a bit, both in a Norwegian and a German context. And I think theater studies as a study of performance is actually worldwide a fairly new field, less than 100 years as far as I know. Before that, study of theater was more about theater text. And I think there are some lessons learned from this. One of them is that exactly what you said, in understand to organize and in order to understand how theater develop and spread and how it changes over time, you need to have your data. And that data, in my sense, can surely be mapped, but what we are talking about are events. It is every single night at every single theater, and then these are grouped together in a staging of a play, which then have a number of evenings, which could be one season. For musicals, it could be 20 seasons, but the point is you have a structure of stagings and single performances. And documenting these things means that you can, for instance, start looking into the development of and the relationship between plays written by Nigerians, plays written by other African authors, and plays written by authors from other countries, where you, for instance, might have a development over time. But I think there is an other aspect here which is extremely important, which is actually a fairly central study object in Cologne and also elsewhere. And that is to understand theater as an institutionalized activity in the context of performances in general. We had 2 days ago, in the context of this summer school, a performance, a musical performance. Actually, there were 2 musical performances of quite different structure during the opening ceremony. One of them is a national anthem, which is sung in a very specific way, with a very specific connection to protocol, whereas the other one was a musical expression with dancing, which has another form of performance, and this is for me quite interesting, takes place in a quite different way from what it would do in many other parts of the world. I come from a country where the version of the Christian religion generally, historically, have been very strongly anti-dance. So dance has never been part of religious activity. It has been the opposite. That is just one example of all these differences. In conferences in Norway or Germany, when there are music played, it's uncommon in a conference room to start dancing. So these things are different. And I think understanding theater in any country in context of other kinds of performances, in a German context, this connects to pantomime, commercial theater as part of public fairs, public meetings. It's strongly connected to religious plays, which have been taking place for hundreds of years, and also to carnival, which is a very performative activity, which are breaking or cause a lot of society norms as part of its Catholic structure. So I think this is my two advice I would give to this kind of a project. And so one of them, trying to get as far as possible in collecting the very, very straight up, simple data. Which play was performed where, at what place? Starting to look into how directors, actresses, actors did move and connect these plays. And the second one is, what is the context of theater? What are the other performative activities, art forms that are connected to theater? And the third one, because I'm involved a little bit in also a documentation project connected to Henrik Ibsen in Norway, and also to some work on virtual reality in theater. We can also talk further about this after the summer school, and maybe some sort of concrete connections about this. So thank you for the question.
Could I add one thing to that? I think that connection to the National Theatre and the Palace of Culture is a really interesting thing. And when I'm talking about looking for collaborations where you go at an angle, you know, because of how important the National Theatre is in Nigerian history, recent Nigerian history, I have at least 2 books about the National Theatre in Nigeria. And the Palace of, the Palace of Culture in was it Bulgaria, you'd said? At any rate, you know, the palaces of culture in Eastern Europe are also really very crucial, although they've got very different histories. So I think that's a super interesting project. The part that you mentioned that unfortunately my advice is not nice to hear is there's no quickly. That I don't know of a fast way of turning something like that into a research project, because the only sources of funding that I can think of in the current format would be Nigerian or Bulgarian or maybe European. And I think the route to that is to be thinking in terms of how theater relates to national identity via these sort of central organs. And then that to me would be the route for funding, would be through the idea of sort of official national cultures as identified with locations. And then, yeah, as you can hear, I'm abstracting it from 2 examples, and but you can't easily do that in a month, right? So I think you're probably looking at trying to connect to other people who are interested in this idea of national cultural institutions, and then seeing if you can't build it. My route always would be to find people working on that and set a mailing list up. I do that to the point that it's predictable. So, the first step I would do would be to try and find other people working on that same kind of angle, and then just set up and just start chatting with them is the way that I've done it at any rate in the past.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. We just want to take one more question, then we call it a day because we are running behind schedule. Just one more. So sorry for keeping you.
Thank you very much. My name is Johanna Joseph Walia. I'm of the group of digital culture and cultural heritage. We would like to work in West Africa. We have history, and our history, we have identified that there are some strong women that we classify them as a heroine of war. And then we want to just look into every country within West Africa. We have 15 countries. So we want to gather data of such women in order to trace Afrocentric feminism that started before colonial masters. This is what we are trying to do, and we'll map it through digital mapping and GIS. So our question is that we are trying to look into like project of like 3 years so that we'll get our data very well annotated, and then we come back for developing website and if possible mobile app, because in Africa we are used to smartphone than laptops. So our question is this: how can we go about this project and successfully complete it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, yes. I would say, I mean, one of the things that has been done in a number of countries previously is to write women's literary histories, women's political histories, and women's general history, often because women have been excluded from other history works. And of course, in Western Africa, the exclusion is at least double. So I think in order to tell these stories, I think it's important to see what kind of sources, what kind of evidence exists, what kind of material, building up a documentation system. I think as a historical project, collecting information, organizing information, building up a database system as a basis for a web app publication system is obviously the first step. And I think data gathering in such projects is always necessary, whether the data will be based on published books, archive material, photographies, artworks, oral history. The data has to be gathered. And that is a complex issue in itself. But I would also say that once that has gotten to a certain point and data are published, there are two things that opens up, which are quite interesting. One of them is to use this data set for a scholarly work within the university. So you start looking into, are there patterns? Are there things to look into specifically? Is this connected to similar people, similar time periods in other parts of Africa, in the non-sub-Saharan Africa, or the northern part of Africa, southwestern Europe, perhaps Middle East, and so on. And how does it connect to all these historical events we all know well, and the international connections for good and bad. But I also think, given your approach from the outset to make an app, means that you are not just talking about a project which is available for a few professors and their students. You're talking about a project which is made available to the public. And that's why I connected it to books being written 30 or 40 years ago in this area, because today, a book 40 years ago is today an app. This is very simplified, but I think you get my point. So I think what this also opens up for is what is sometimes called public science. There are a number of other words for it, but to partly extend the gathering of evidence of data around the countries, the cities, the countryside, and so on, but also to open up and enable for individuals outside the university to start their own research and work on this material and add new material, which could be activist groups, it could be individuals, interested individuals, it could also be connected to the schooling system. And I think working on this kind of material in the further development of schooling systems in all the countries you are talking about connects strongly to what Oddrun Grönvik was talking about at a different level. One of the things she was focusing most strongly on was the development of the use of African languages in the schooling systems. What we are talking about here is to more strongly include African history and also underrepresented parts of African history into the schooling system, not just as something for school children to read about, but for the classroom can then also be used as a way to teach students, school children, to explore these things, some level of research, critical thinking about the evidence, and so on. So I would say it's a university project, but it's also a project which is connected to society development at large, in schools, outside schools, in a very, very concrete and direct way. So I think Dan can maybe, I think this is our role now. I talk about these fluffy things, how nice it would be, and Dan talks about, and this is where you should go to get money. But I think this opens up for a number of different possible funding strategies. And I know it's a little bit about this in Norway with national minorities, but I know in Canada there has been a lot of work connected to things like this. So I think Dan would have things to say about that.
I was about to say, I know where you can go to get money. Actually, this is a really good example of the kind of thing that I've been talking about. And again, in my experience, and I've worked with a number of students coming out of Lagos and West Africa more generally, in both in bringing in as graduate students and in working, looking for ways of collaborating. And the honest weakness that I have, or the weakness that I see, is that it's not well plugged into the rest of the world in terms of how the literature is going on this. Two projects that I would suggest you take a look at, they're not exactly in the area, but they're very close, are the Women Writer Project and the Orlando Project. The Women's Writers Project comes out of Brown University, and the Orlando Project comes out of the University of Alberta, I believe. And the reason why I'm mentioning them is they're in some ways quite similar. And while I don't think that you could plug directly into them, this is what I mean about building networks and joining into a community so that you understand how you are like and not like the other projects. So the Women's Writer Project is a project that was set up many, many years ago. It's really a database of women writers going back to the 1500s, primarily I think entirely in English and primarily in Britain. But the reason, and the Orlando Project is similar, I believe it's 19th century women's writing, if I remember correctly. But the point is that, contacting people there and saying, not, can you fund me and what can we do? But I've got this project and we're working on where's the Carpenters page? We're working on, the way you'd phrased it was really interesting, mapping pre-colonial heroines in West Africa and explaining this is what we're doing and we're interested in any connections and, any way that we could work together. You may find, for example, that you're invited to give a talk to them, especially now in COVID times. It's very easy to bring somebody in and give a talk to an audience. And I think a project like that would be interested in the work you're doing, and I can't guarantee that, of course, but they'd be interested in the project in a couple of different ways. One is it seems very similar in the sense that you're talking about people who've gone unnoticed before and you're documenting them. So that's quite similar. You're in the same time period. Everybody is now interested in pre-colonial, colonial era settling issues. And the fact the way you're thinking about this, as Oyvind was saying, in terms of a public science project using apps, I've spoke about this at previous LEGO summer schools. I don't think it's always been appreciated in the North, the degree to which there's a different way of understanding how you distribute electronic text. But if you know that, and as part of that, you're saying it's interesting also as a distribution method to organizations like this. And so the investment is getting to know other people who are in the space of using computation to document lost writing by women and lost cultural heritage, because you're doing a more broad approach on that. You may not be exactly in the space, and there may not be an immediate reward for that. But as you come to apply for funding, if you're already allied with the Women's Writers Project, which has been funded for years, or the Orlando Project, which has been funded for years, and you're able to say how you are like and not like those projects, then you have that sound of competency that I'm talking about. And I think that there's a huge space for basically broadening what has already been a very well-established approach of finding the text by women into an area that has been less explored from the North, and into a broader understanding of both what you are documenting in terms of cultural heritage and how you're distributing that information. And then along that second line, I know, for example, completely different kind of project, the Canterbury Tales Project has just started moving all of its stuff into apps to get exactly the kind of thing that Oyvind was saying. So there's a whole other community of people who are working in digital humanities who are interested in what else can we do other than putting it on a computer. And so my very first advice would be to just contact in terms of, I'd like to be your friend, to the Women's Writers Project, Orlando Project, and look around just Googling for who else is thinking about using apps as a way of refactoring original scholarly projects. And as you get better plugged into that network, I would say the project itself sounds very coherent and easily explainable to somebody if you can find the right program to apply to. But you will find that program via networks with other groups. And somebody like the Women's Writers Project or Orlando, again, I'm not speaking for them, but I could easily see how this would go, might well see, wow, we could expand our project into different kinds of data or different kinds of environment. They might be able to pick up some of your stuff. So to the degree that you're dealing with writing in English, for example, you might be quite attractive to one of those projects. And the initial step might be to get your work into a database like that. Anyway, that's the way I'd think about it. I think you should always think networks before funding, at least is my view. And I think that this is a project that might well be able to be quite interesting if you devote some time to discovering the other people who are interested in the same broad idea.
Okay, thank you. A round of applause. Once again, we want to show and tender our appreciation for taking out time to be with us this evening. I don't know what time it is over there, but it's evening here, and we are ready to go for dinner.
So
thank you. A round of applause, please.
And enjoy your meal.
Enjoy your meal. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks.
As you know, I'm going to miss the.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Next time. Next time.
I just want you to go on a memory lane. That's why I announced that.
Yes.
Yeah, I've tried making fufu here and I can't. So.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
So there are those of you who have been asking about